Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the monumental day in the history of Indian FC 26 esports saga. My name is Shubhang and I'll be your host for the day, and I welcome you all to the Stairs YUVA EA FC 26 online stage. And joining me on the desk is the founder and the mind behind all these heroics. It is Mr. Lokmanu. So Loki, how are you? And just shed some light on the entire tournament and how this vision is going to work out for the Indian FC 2016.
Yeah, hi Shubhang. Thank you so much for the warm introduction, and it's a fantastic occasion, as you mentioned that it's a monumental platform for us to be live here on the Stairs platform, where we are conducting an EAFC 26 tournament for 5 months. Now, just to give a quick brief about the tournament. The Stairs UA EAFC 26 has been curated by DSM, and I'm the founder. I'm very grateful to the Stairs foundation organization for letting this happen. So the format is that there will be two online qualifiers every single month, running from January until May,
Okay.
where there is going to be a prize pool of 5,000 for every qualifier, which makes it 50,000 in prize pool for the players to compete. And the top six players from this ranking system will be qualifying for the national finals, which will be played on the 31st of May 2026 in New Delhi. Now, the best part about this is India's first ever domestic ranking system. So, somewhat what happened with the National League, let's just put it across to give like a consistent format for the players to be a part of, because we've had feedbacks from the community that we want something to play very regularly, and that's been the case in, for example, countries like Europe and North America, the regions, of course, where they have regular tournaments, and that's how the players are improving. We have fantastic players in our region. Of course, we're going to talk about them as we go along in this stream, but the idea is to build consistency and to give ranking points to the players for participation, for the rank that they finish in a particular qualifier, and the points accumulated from all these qualifiers will be added to a tally for all the players who have registered at
Okay.
the stairs portal online. And at the end of the entire qualification round, the points tally will be added up from all the qualifiers of all the players, and the top six players will be qualifying for the national finals, in addition to one offline qualifier that will be happening one day before the national finals in Delhi, where players from Delhi NCR or any other part where they want to travel for an offline qualifier, and the last two spots will be given to those players. And then the national finals will be culminating in Delhi, which will have the top eight players competing for a prize pool of 1 lakh INR. So, I mean, it's fantastic to give these young players an opportunity. I mean, as a coach as well, as a former Indian national team player as well, I've realized that all these players have had the fantastic opportunity to compete. And wow, here we go. The match is already kicked off. That's fantastic while we're talking about it. So, no wasting time here. Shubhank, I'll
Yes.
let you take over this one because this is going to be a fantastic match. We did not get the time to talk about the fixtures, but this is
Uh huh.
the first game, the first quarterfinal fixture between Karman Tikka and Jahan. Both players very familiar. You've seen them play in the PlayStation India Cup as well. So I think it's a fantastic opportunity for us to be on the desk again, Shubhank, and talk about both these players going head to head.
Oh, for sure, man. Especially Jahan at this point. He's pretty new to the circuit, just 21 years of age, competing, I think, for the second year in a row at this point. And he is the one in the blue kits as of now. FC Pataku is Karman Setek, and he is about to take the first shot on target. Somehow, the goalkeeper saved that, and Shellen could not score. And it is Vicario, someone not much seen on the side. But now Tika, in the white kit, making a run with Shellen. He has the ball with Marcel, Evos, and the best thing about this tournament is the day it is beginning. We are very close to Team of the Year, and the amount of Evos we have seen in the game. All these players have somewhere unique liners playing for them.
Yeah, it's fantastic indeed. As you guys can see, it's had a fantastic start to the game. Jahan playing from left to right in the blue kit, Karman playing from right to left in the white kit. Very famously known as FC Pataku, an interesting name, plays a through ball to Shellin over there. Can he convert this chance? Shellin goes inside,
Ouch.
but the precision shot, always the worst enemy of these competitive players. But just to talk about what's happening in this tournament. So the format is ultimate team. There are two legs going to be played in this tournament, and there are no restrictions in the ultimate team, so the players are free to use. Just when I say it's Zico, one of the best players in the game, one of the best cams indeed. We did not get to see that, I think, in the last tournament that we had cast it, Shubhang, but just as when we say that, I mean, all the players are available and the team of the year is also here. The attackers are out at least. So I think it's going to be a fantastic time for the next 5 months to see all these cards coming out in this tournament.
Oh, for sure, man. But now again, Biskov inside the box takes the first shot and FC Pataku right off the bat. A 89 rated centre who is pretty much unknown, and this is surely one of the craziest evos Tika has done, gives him the lead in the initial 20 minutes. But now, Jahan on the flank with Pedro Neto still in the lineup, which is a big surprise. But now back to De Bruyne, to Valverde, and just trying to find some space. But at the same time, if we talk about the formations these guys are running, when we saw them play earlier, it was a 4-4-1-1, everybody using a cam. But now it looks like the 4-5-1 is back into the mix.
Yeah, I think it's a good mix of the formations that we have this year as well for the players. The 4-5-1. Here's a chance now for Karman Tikka, headed off by Chalanoglu. Right off the line, Karman is putting in the pressure. Can he get another goal? Great skill move there. And what a goal that is from Baudry. That is exceptional. That is prime Karman Tikka over there. What a beautiful skill move that was. And that's the second goal for him. Great start.
These Magedi cancels inside the box, just dancing around the pitch. And with just 25 minutes played, he's already 2-0 up. Despite the fact it is a double-legged game, the aggregate score line matters the most. And right now with Jahan trailing by 2 goals, he's trying to find space. Kylian Mbappe cannot beat Maldini. And now, back to Madueke. Marcelier, one of the best evos for the striker. He's still in play. Valverde on the right back wins the ball for Jahan. But now, if you talk about the overall match, this is just the first quarterfinal that we are witnessing. We still have another quarterfinal where Charanjot will be into the play. But now, as I talk about the other lad, Jahan takes the opening finally with Kylian's weaker foot. Not a finesse, a straight shot, and from that particular angle, you don't see the ball go in, but Kylian Mbappe just showcasing his class.
Yeah, what a fantastic goal from Jahan. Exactly what he needed. Now with Karman, just as I say that, great defending there by Jahan. I think he's finally picking up the momentum, starting to understand the weaknesses in Karman's defense. As we've seen Jahan actually make a couple of chances before this. But Kylian Mbappe, of course, finishing that from his weaker foot, which is quite common because the wing play is the meta in FC 26, as we've seen in the past as well, Shubhang, that whenever you play those first time through balls and you cut in from the wings, there's always an opportunity. Once again, Kylian Mbappe on the wings does a player lock, has the opportunity to play a pass inside, but well defended there by Hendricks over there. What a fantastic start to this game.
The player corner defended pretty easily, but now Marcel, he has the ball, just losing out the possession. But now back to Berkwell. Biskov trying the first time pass, and now he has pretty much space, can attempt for a player lock, but Tikka just taking his time, not rushing down the passes. He knows this could be an attempt. Back to Shelen, a finesse plus is on the way, but could not get on the stronger foot. And Mamadashvili has no issues saving that. But now another player lock corner. Ta will win the ball back, but Kevin De Bruyne just getting right in middle of the ball.
Yeah, good defending there by Jahan again. And of course, Mamadashvili is one of the favorite goalkeepers that we have seen alongside the likes of Vicario, alongside all these icon keepers as well. I've seen a lot of Dudex as well in the ladder that recently happened for the AFC Pro. So, I mean, interesting choice of players as well, goalkeepers. But just when I say that Jahan has a chance, Claudio Pina, can Neto do something about this? Pina inside the box. Great bit of first time passing over there. And exactly what Jahan needed on the stroke of half time. Great equalizer. And he's back in the game.
Pretty easy for him at this point. But the thing is, both the players exactly attacking the same way, going to the flanks, trying to build up in a very similar fashion. So the play style has been pretty much the similar on both the ends. But now it is more about how you can defend those through balls. Because even with the recent nerfs to the AI defense, to the first time passes and everything, the meta is still more on the wings. And you have to be very quick on the switching if you want to stop that play. But now, as things stands, the first half comes to a close despite the fact Tikka took a 2-goal advantage in initial 25 minutes. Jahan was able to make a comeback by the end of the first half, and now the score are completely on level terms.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's been quite an even half, as you can see from the match stats as well. Both the players, of course, in a position where this game can go anywhere. I don't think so. It seems like a one sided half. The way Karman started, he was very aggressive, and we just thought that this game, at least this leg, out of the two legs that we are playing in this fixture, I thought Jahan will not be able to catch up once Karman Tikka gets going. We've seen him make fantastic comebacks in the previous tournaments as well, Shabang, but I think Jahan had to get these two goals and not let this slide away because it's a
Yes.
two-leg fixture. You have to plan accordingly. And I mean, it's not easy when you're playing against the likes of Karman Tikka, for example. He's got one of the best attacks in India. And I think Jahan, of course, as a young player, very aggressive, very imaginative gameplay as well, very creative as well. So I think that's exactly what he needed, and he's back in the mix. So we are level pegging at the start of the second half. But both these players, I think, just a very evenly poised game, I would say, at this point of time, because it's not going to be easy to just give out a prediction. But still, Shubhank, I would want you to give me a prediction given the fact that we've already seen one half.
I still believe it is Tikka's game to win from here on. He has the this tiny bit of fast and just look at that. As I was talking about Kaman Tikka, he's already taken up the lead in the initial 3 minutes of the second half. The experience level that Karman has in his back pocket, it is humongous when you come into these competitions. Because at a certain point, it is the nerves that take control and the best of you. And for Karman Singh Tikka, he has played this tournament and very much similar tournaments for a very long time. For him, making those comebacks, making sure that he controls the tempo of the game is pretty easy. And Jahan needs to attack on the nerves at this point. He cannot just stay on the back lines and wait for Tika to make a mistake. Because if he stays defensively oriented, Karman will just exploit all the spaces on the flanks and score one goal after the another.
Yeah, exactly. And just when I say that, Zico now has a chance for Jahan. Great
Wow.
cut inside, and what a finish that is. It's fantastic from Jahan. He just keeps coming back into the game. He does not want to give up on this particular fixture so easily because Karman, as we see, attacking all the time. But Jahan proving his prowess that he is not out of this game. It's just when you said, Shubhang, that how both these players are trying to, attack the wings, use through that particular flank. Once again, as you see the first time through ball, Shellin tries to do the advanced roulette. Exactly. It's just them trying to find a gap between that one centre back and one full back to be able to play that through ball and cut inside and go for a finesse. Looks pretty simple to the audience who's watching, but it's not always easy to time it right. And I think that's what these guys are very good at. They
Exactly.
know when to time that first time through ball.
And even when you are defending those passes, you know that through ball is coming. It's all about your right stick switching and the timing of it. If you just miss out a few milliseconds, the ball is already gone. And that's the
Yep.
difference that they need to cover up. And now again, Maldini, perfect switch, already winning the ball back. The score is still on level terms, but just look at that run from Bergwal. He has ample of space. Player lock will find a touch, but Eder Militao just strong and fast enough to win the ball back. And now back to Marcelo, who's trying to play from the flank, but just look at that press. Every of the passing lane is being marked by Tika, not giving Marcelo any space to move forward.
Yeah, I mean, Tikka, of course, very solid defensively, pressing aggressively as well, trying to track those runs. Just when I say that, Claudio Pina has a chance to finesse. And on the 65th minute mark, Jahan takes the lead in the first leg of this fixture. He's just been trailing the game the entire time, but great timing of that run. And just when I say that, stepping up the centre back has always been a risky affair in FC26, especially after the patch, Shubhang. You and I both play the game regularly. We know defending is very hard in FC26. Just when I say that, John, one more time. Zico, he's on fire. He goes for
Whoa.
another goal. But Vicario, what a save. The pressure's building.
Oh, it is just not looking good for Tika at this point. All of a sudden, Bogwal, but last line of defense there. Could have been one more in favor of Jahan, just missing it out. Nothing more he can do from there. But now Tika trying to break on the counter, and that through ball is perfect. Shellin with a finesse plus will not miss that. And just with the counter attack, Karman Singh Tika, he gets on level terms yet again. 70 minutes into the game, 8 goals have already been scored.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, we both knew that this was coming because I think after the patch, as I was mentioning earlier, the game's very difficult defensively. And honestly, I have a lot of people asking me these questions as well. Like, for example, when I'm coaching, when all these guys are also coaching other people because they're the pros, they know the game through and through. Everyone has just one question, and that is, how do you defend in FC 26? And that's a question that I would want people in the chat also watching to ask these players when we do call them for a small interview after the entire tournament wraps up, because I think that's very difficult. As you can see, you have to constantly switch between the center backs and the CDMs, and you just cannot know when what runner is going unless you know how to read that game, James. But just offside. Wow. Great bit of attacking play there from both these players. Very difficult to defend indeed, Shubhank. You must have seen this yourself in
Yeah.
all these different modes that we all play.
And even at this point, the formation does not even matter. Like there are people who thinks if you get a double CDM formation, you will be better defensively, but that's not even the case. I think this game is at a state where it is all about who can outscore the opponent, and at this point, it is Jahan who takes the lead for the second time into the game with Konoglu. Twice right now, it was Tikka in the first half who was leading the game, and now with this 4-5-1, it is Jahan who is back on the track. 5 substitution
Yeah.
available, and I think the midfield entirely can be solved if he wants to, keeping in mind that Kylian Mbappe will not go anywhere. But other than that, now it is Tikka's game to maybe try a comeback. And even if not, there is still one more leg to be played. So you just cannot lose your mind and go all in attack since the game is coming to a close. Because in this double leg fixture, the aggregate scoreline matters more than the single leg result.
It really does. I think you have to strategize that as well. If you're losing by a goal, you cannot go all out. Unlike in a single-legged fixture, maybe like a pro ladder game or maybe any other tournament which is single leg. But this is here both legs. And just when you say what a
Ooh.
chance there from Karman, from James, but great save there from the goalkeeper. John just hanging on by a thread over there. 82nd minute. It could go either way for this particular leg. If Jahan manages to keep this lead, he will be, of course, going with a lot of confidence into the second leg, even though one goal almost means nothing in FC 26, as just we've spoken about. Can he get that cushion goal that he's been looking for? Vitinha on the ball, plays it out to Marcello. Of course, one of the best left backs in the game. Mariona now plays out to Lamine Yamal. Can he make this pass inside? Claudio Pina tries to cut back
Wow.
inside. And Alexia Puteas with a fantastic goal for Jahan. Great build up there. 10 out of 10. When you play that cut back inside and get the first time shot in. Fantastic finish indeed. What a goal.
Kaman Singh Tikka, he is trailing by 2 goals now, but Monmati, she wins the ball back to James, trying to dribble inside, but the pressing is just too good. Double man Mark wins the ball back, and now Jahan with 2 goal lead on the aggregate. He is just going for the third one. Now Kylian Mbappe can find the pass back to Claudia Pina. She can dribble inside, loses the ball to Baudry. Kalulu will win the ball back, and the first leg will come to a close with Jahan already in 2 goal advantage. The last ball still to be played, loses the possession, but or maybe offside Smith. And yes, with that being said, the first leg comes to an end. Jahan 6, Karman Singh Tikka 4.
Yeah, what a fantastic first leg this was indeed. And I think just how the game has gone, Spartus, it's just something that we've been waiting to see. A goals galore, 10 goals in the first leg. And
Yes.
while we talk about it, I think it would be great if we could just have a quick look at the fixtures that are there right now in front of us, because I think the top 8 players right now, we see a couple of names which are familiar to the FC community, but they may be not labeled as pros yet because they are upcoming players. Just how Jahan came up in
Uh
the
huh.
scene, and I think that is something that is very challenging as well when you're playing against all these established pros. Jahan has made a way through. So we have, of course, a player called Aditya Tolani. We have a player Jake Santos in these fixtures. Of course, when the fixtures graphic comes up, we'll be able to explain it better. But great start to the tournament. I think that's exactly we wanted to see. And imagine how many goals is going to come when we see the likes of Vanchad Sharma, Aditya Chadda, of
Yes.
course, not to forget the one and only, the goat of the Indian scene, a number one player in South Asia right now, which is Charanjot Singh. I think it's fantastic to see all these players participating in this tournament.
And the fact that these guys have played each other regularly in the past in multiple tournaments, online ladder, so even they are familiar with their own game. So with this tiers tournament that decides the domestic ranking, the players have even more chance to sharpen up their skills. Because
Yeah.
CJ being the top most player, you know how to play against him, but you still cannot defeat him. But now, if you just get back to this game, Jahan has not won a game against the mighty pros in the scene. But today, in this debutant season, he has already taken the lead and by a big difference. 2 goals in the first leg is good enough to start things off. And now Tikka, who's generally considered to be the favorite, at least a top three in every tournament that he plays, he's trailing by
Yeah.
2 goals. And this is what this tournament was about. Giving the youth some more opportunities in the EFC 2016, bringing out the no-namers and becoming the pros of the Indian scene. This is what we wanted, and I think we have started off pretty much great.
We really have, and as you rightly said, I think the name stares Yuva. Yuva means youth, and that's exactly what we want to give a platform to all the young players. In fact, we had one of the participants in this tournament who unfortunately got eliminated in the initial rounds. His name is Tanav Raj. He's only 15 years old, and we
Wow.
can see like how young players are wanting to compete against some of these players who were at one point of time. I mean, when I was competing in national tournaments myself, Charanjot was just 15, 16 years of age. Now he's 22, 23 years of age, and look at him, he's India's best player, he's South Asia's number one player right now. So it's all about starting your journey right. And to every other person watching this stream, and if you are interested in competing for FC, this is your platform. You don't want to be missing it, because you never know how you can become an overnight star. You can be pretty famous in the community as well, and eventually rank up at the global stage, because this entire tournament that we talk about, Shubhang, is to be able to recognize, promote, and be able to enable the youth to compete at the highest level, which is why the organization Stairs Foundation is doing that, which is also a national sports promotional organization recognized by the Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports. So of course, it's the recognition, it's the certification is what matters. That's exactly what we want to be doing here on this platform for all these players that are competing. And I really look forward to all the qualifiers that are going to come up, and for us to be on the caster's desk and take it forward. So I think, yeah, it's going to be fantastic. We are going to be waiting for the second leg to come up shortly.
This is going to be a good one. And now, since the pressure is entirely on Karman Singh Tikka, I just want to see how he is going to play this game. We have seen
Yeah.
some crazy comebacks from his side, and even when the last time he played CJ, he defeated Charanjot and made his run in the upper bracket. So that is something that we know about Karman, that he is capable of making a comeback. But
Yeah.
will Jahan be able to make sure that the lead stays in his favor is the bigger picture. Because if that happens, this is going to be the perfect start of the Stairs YUVA EA FC 26. A 21-year-old lad who is competing for just the second year in the row defeats one of the veteran pros.
Yeah.
Perfect storyline at day number one.
Yeah, I think that is going to be the story that we've been waiting for, right? Shubhank, we've seen and we've casted quite a few tournaments now. We've done Indian national team streams. We've done
Yeah.
other EFC tournaments as well, and we've seen, quite a lot of matches and quite a lot of fixtures that uh, are put so nicely together, right? And we are it's like the place to be at. But just when I say that, we are live with the second leg, of course. And I think it's going to be fantastic, because Jahan is now this time playing, of course, in that red kit, if I'm not wrong, and Karman is playing in the blue
Yes.
kit. Yes, so Jahan, of course, has a strong start in the second leg with a 2 goal lead, and let's just see how it goes, because Karman is not going to give up on this game at all.
Uh, and in EFC, the main thing is not turning down or changing the tempo of the game just because you are in the lead. Play the similar style that you were carrying, because if you try to go and defend your lead, you're gonna concede crazy number of goals, and that's how this game works. You just cannot go defensive even in the 80th minute of the game. You have to make sure that your natural game does not change whatever the time on the clock and whatever your lead is. But now again, with that being said, Neto, oh, that control was sublime. Holds the ball. Conor takes a shot, has been blocked though. But now Tikka, he has the ball. He has some runners on the mix, and Mediuke, he was just not in the game in the first leg. But this time sets up the striker back to Borduri. trying to align a shot. McGeady and takes a shot. Finally, a rebound coming to Marcelaire. Taking a shot. Bit fortunate for Pataku, but gets the fifth one.
What a goal that is. I mean, that's exactly what Karman needed in that particular situation, because he's just trying to, build from the wings. He's trying to play those passes inside. And I think what really matters for Karman right now is to be consistent with his attacks and stop Jahan from taking another goal, because Karman, we've seen him in positions like these. If you remember in the last tournament, for example, the PlayStation Cup that we had seen, Karman had made a fantastic comeback and he scored a winning goal against the likes of CJ as well. So that is the momentum he would want to build on. Again, Marcelier inside the box, but great defending by Jahan once again.
Another play lock corner. Wins the header, but Kevin De Bruyne for one more interception. Now Jahan can break on the counter, taking things slowly. Player logs back to Kylian, back to Neto, De Bruyne to Kylian Mbappe, and despite the fact that Kylian is one of the best left mids into the game, he just cannot pass the ball perfectly well, especially on that first time throughs. So that is something that you need to keep in mind. But in the meanwhile, this can be the equalizer, and Pataku just like that. On the back lines, when Jahan was trying to get onto the counter attack, he wins the ball back instantly, scores the sixth one, and within 20 minutes of the second leg, the score are yet again on level terms.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what Karma needed, which I said earlier. What a goal that was to come back into this game. And as you said, Shubhank, earlier, that 2 goals is a pretty stable kind of a lead to go into this game. Sufficient enough, as we thought, but it is not really, because in FC 26 the goals fly, and we've seen 12 goals in like basically just this duration. Karman, one more chance there, dribbled a bit more, but what a finish that is. Marcelier with that Trivela finish near post, and in 25 in-game minutes he's turned the tables on Jahan as if this was a practice match going on, because wow, 3-0, and he's in the lead on aggregate by 7 goals to 6.
I'm not sure what happened to Jahan's backline in this leg right now. Just look at that, this passing, the cutback that he was trying in the first leg, they were working pretty well. Putting himself for the passes and conceding instead, and now Bagwal, he's offside. Yeah, he's given off. But going back to the same point, the passing tempo has slowed down from Jahan's side. The cutbacks aren't that fluid, the play logs are not coming. It looks like that Jahan tried to change up the mentality a little bit into the second leg, trying to keep up the lead. And because of that mentality shift, he has conceded 3 in a row.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what has happened. Karvan has started off very well. I think he's identified the mistakes of Jahan defensively. But what's happening now is that Jahan is still in a comfortable position because he's only down by 1 goal. And to the respite of Karman, of course, he had to take the lead and, of course, come back into the game and take the lead. But if he gets another goal, then it'll be difficult for Jahan, because he's only down by 1 goal on aggregate. And that's what he needs, is to just be more calm and get that goal to be able to, keep the equilibrium in this particular game. Just not the mentality shift as well, but a lot of other factors are going to be going into play as we go along, because of different formations that both the players are playing, the kind of players that they have in the game. As you see those through balls going in as well, what a pass that is to Shellin. Can she convert? A chance for Karmantika over here. Bergwijn plays to Madueke Biskov, to Marcelier. Great bit of passing, but Jahan was on point. There's such an end-to-end game going on right now.
It looks like one of those games where Karman Singh Tikka exactly know what Jahan's capability in terms of attack is. Whatever passes Jahan is trying, they are already been blocked. And now Tikka, just look at him, just taking his time on the CM, making sure that Jahan makes a mistake at the back line, because at this point Jahan is trailing by 1 goal, although it is just 1 goal, but there is not a single powerful attack from his end. The through balls are not working, the first time passes are not coming. The switching from Tikka has been perfect, although Jahan wins the ball back. Tiki Taka with Neto. Claudia Pina wins it. Now Neto has an opportunity, but Baudry wins it back yet again. And with the play log on the striker, there could be another opportunity for Martial to chip it across the goalkeeper. Takes the time, Trivela near post, but has been called offside.
No, it wasn't. I mean, it was the side netting. Even I thought that it went in. It was offside. But actually hit the side netting, and those Trivelas, with that angle, they do tend to go in quite a lot of times. But sometimes when you miss them, it of course deceives you that it's gone in. Even as a player, when you're taking a shot, you sometimes feel it's gone in. So great attempt there by Karman. I mean, those player locks are quite difficult for Jahan right now to defend. But what I think I've noticed as well in Jahan's game that he's not he's not using the wings quite a lot that he was doing earlier. I think he's just trying to play through way too central, and Karman is sort of like understood that that is Jahan's mojo in the game. That exactly what he wants to do is just overload midfielders through the center because he's playing the 4-5-1, and Karman has successfully been able to stop that. Whereas for Karman's attack, I think all he's doing is using the wings. He's using those through balls to Shellin. Shellin, of course, very fast on the ball, like 92 pace on the card, and that is exactly what you need for the wingers. So just when I say that, the second half has started with Jahan playing from left to right in the red kit and trying to come back into this game, which Karman has so nicely turned on its head. Chalonoglu now tries to attack. One more chance there. Claudio Pina has that chance to get that equalizer on aggregate, and exactly what he needed. Fantastic goal, and we are at 7-7, Spartus. What am I seeing on my screen right now?
I'm just waiting for the double digits to come in at this point. This is a goal galore. Like, we are just into the last half at this point, and both the players are on level terms with 7 goals each. That's a mammoth of a score line. And does not matter how many goals you score next, there is your opponent always chasing you down. Now let's
Yeah.
see who takes the lead for one more time, since both the players have shared the number of attempts they have taken in the entirety of the game. But now back to Jahan, wins the ball back with Marcelo, back to Maldini, just trying to play it from the back lines. Player lock to Neto and taking things slow. Tika is not giving any space to find the striker, but Claudio Pina still tiny bit of space there. But back to Dante, gets the ball, but an interception made. And now Jahan, he's just looking for some passing lanes, but Tikka's pressing has been top notch.
Yeah, it really has been. I think we've come to a point where both the players are going to be trying to be a bit more careful. I think that's where the quiet stage happens in the game. But just when I say that, can Tikka change that? Marcelier tries to cut inside and goes for a finesse, but Mohamed Ashwil, what a save that is. I mean, fantastic turning over there. Tries to do a player lock header now. Can Shellin get the ball? Great positioning there by Mbappe, but hang on. Shellin with a chance. Marcelier tries to flick it inside. I think you can only expect these things from Karman. He's just, sometimes the word for our Karman Singh Tikka over here is that when it comes to skill moves, he's kind of whacked. He'll do anything and everything to get those goals. But just when I say that, Jahan, hang on a minute. Claudio Pina goes for a finesse, and it's Jahan in the lead now. What a game. What a fantastic game.
But now Tikka, right from the kickoff, using the player log, but Marcelo just using his physicality to win the ball back. And now Jahan, slowly and steadily, trying to control the game. And another pass, perfectly timed, back to Zico. Claudio Pina in ample of space, can take an extra touch. But Dante just dispossesses her. But now back to Shellin. Marcelier back to Biskov. And now so many people just making some runs. A double tap triangle, and Marcelier finds another one. And Pataku, just like that, gets the equalizer.
Absolutely insane, this back and forth. It's almost like a boxing match. Are we really doing EFC on our screens right now is what I'm not able to understand. It's almost like them going at each other in terms of rounds in a boxing match. The way that the goals have been scored. Once again, Karman tries to turn inside. The 70th minute approaching very soon, and the score is 8-8. This is the game that we wanted to start the stream with, Spartans. We've been blessed with both these players playing a certain way. What a pass that is. Bischoff, can he able to create a chance? Mohamed Ashwil once again. And that's where the pause cues in. We also need a break because these guys are just not letting us sit quiet even for like 1 second, because every time you blink, you're going to miss a goal in this game.
Oh, for sure. 8 overall right now, and it is 70 minutes into the game. Last 20 minutes plus stoppage time is still to be played. And I still believe that at least 3 more goals are to come, even with the last 20 minutes. Who scores them is a bigger question because both the players have been pretty much equal in terms of their gameplay overall. But other than that, at this point, Karman Singh Tekka, he has been the one who is trying some skill moves inside the box, being fancy, trying to build some space. On the other side, Jahan has been pretty much straightforward and direct in terms of attack and still finding similar level of success.
Yeah, I mean, it's just very interesting. I mean, at this point, when the 70th minute mark comes up, and here we go, just when we were talking about how they are, settling in with the score line and trying to sort of be very careful as well when it comes to defending. We're back into this game and very aggressive approach from Jahan. I think for Karman as well, when he's trying to play those through balls, he's still thinking about it, right? He's still making some miss passes over there. For Jahan, though, he's just been very aggressive. Look at these R1X passes into the box, trying to play those inside passes. Claudio Pina! Such an unfortunate miss over there. I mean, shouldn't have been the case, honestly, when it comes to, coming inside the box and just missing that chance. Claudio Pina normally finishes that with the 5-star weak foot. It's just not been the case there for Jahan over there. And can Karman capitalize? No, he cannot. It's back to Jahan.
And the thing is, it is the last 15 minutes, and Jahan can break another counter. Kylian Mbappe making a run, Konoglu just keeping the ball. Player logs, 2 players inside. Kylian Mbappe wins it back. Back to Pina, takes a shot, but Maldini is able to block things off. And now with another corner, another player lock. Yes, but Vicario should be able to collect it. A deflection still kept into the play by the team in black. And now Karman Singh Tekka trying to build from the back. A possibility for a counter. Smith, she has the ball, taking her sweet little time before the pass, but now Valverde. Good interception. Back to De Bruyne and Jahan. He needs to make sure that he does not mistime these passes because it will take Tekka just one opportunity to get the winner.
Yeah, it really will. I think that goes for both the players because, as I said, Jahan not sitting back. Kylian Mbappe on the wings. That's where Jahan gets dangerous. Player lock inside. Plays it to Çalhanoğlu. Great pass inside to Neto. Goes for a shot. Karman standing tall with his defender inside the box. What a fantastic stage of the game we're at. 85th minute now. Player lock. Smith tries to play a through ball to Shellin. Just not enough. Eder Militao, though, I wanted to talk about this as well. I think he's one of the best centre backs in the game. I think you would agree, at least like until the team of the year player comes. I think for that 87 rated card as well, he's really, really good with the intercept plus as well. And he does help you a lot in stopping those through balls.
Oh, for sure. But more than that, the addition of Smith on the striker is a bit for question mark for me because I'm still not sure if Smith has that incisive on her. And without the incisive invite, I don't think any striker can work in this game. You need the minimum of incisive. Even if you don't have Tiki Taka, it works out. But without incisive, the strikers are just not good enough this year. Because more than
Yeah.
taking the opportunities, it is more about setting your wingers on the run. And Smith lacking that passing play style, that accuracy will never come in. And that is something that maybe in the future Tikka needs to work upon, changing the substitute, getting someone else. And I think the new SBC that came out yesterday, the flashback Smith, that is one of the craziest cards because she has
It
both
is
the style.
indeed.
So maybe
Yeah.
Tikka can use that in the future games.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think to add to that as well, another SBC that we have on our cards is Sophia Wilson. What a card she is as well. But just when we say that, we are in the last minute of 90 minutes. Can Jahan make this count? Has a through ball opportunity. Yamal, who will get there first? Maldini
Oh,
just rushing to it. And of course, one of the best, I think arguably the best centre back in the game. And just when we say that, we are heading into extra time. The perfect way to start this particular live stream for the Stairs UVA EA FC 26 Season 1 Qualifier 1 was to head into extra time and give our viewers a fantastic, fantastic game between two players who've made quite a name for themselves. I mean, Karman, of course, to anyone who's watching FC for the first time, or if someone who does not know much about these players, Karman has represented India alongside Charanjot in the Asian Games. Of course, that's a massive achievement. For Jahan to win his first big competitive tournament would mean a lot to him, and he's just been in the fight. In all these top tournaments we've seen in the past, Shabank, and I think it's a very good fixture of one of the favorites against a player who's very confident about himself, which is much needed at that young age to in order to make a name for yourself against all these established pros.
Oh, for sure. And these things add to your confidence a lot. Because in your debut match, it is more about how you're going to play against the known players, known veterans. And Jahan has not put a foot wrong. He has taken a lead substantially well. He has run down the game. Yes, there was some lack of defense on the second leg initial phases, but he made sure that he is able to make a comeback and take us to the overtime now. And at this point, the scoreline is completely on level terms. How you gonna play the next 30 minutes is gonna be very difficult for both the teams, because now the fatigue will come into the play. How you gonna build up on the attack, and even the in-game stamina of the players will be questioned, since the wingers will not be as fast as they were in the second half.
Yeah, absolutely. I think extra time, of course, takes a toll, and you have to get your substitutes also right. Not every single player is going to be at the full stamina, but of course, players with relentless play style is definitely going to
Yeah.
help a lot, and that is going to be the key. Great attempt for through ball there, but Henrik's right in position for Karman. Hang on a minute, Mariona. Great bit of 1-2 over there. Can Jan convert this? Tries to play it inside, but Vicario will not waste any time to grab that ball.
Now back to Zico and Smith. What a first time through pass is that? But now back to James. Unable to find the space. Still keeping the ball. Driving for cut inside. But Mamadashvili just steals the ball away from the striker. And now Jahan onto the attack. Back to Lamine Yamal. Valverde making a run. Finds Pina. She can keep the ball. And this time can be a shot for Puteas. Finishes it on the far post. And Jahan, just like that, for one more time into the game, takes up the lead.
Yeah, what a goal that is. Alexia Putellas on her left foot. As good as she is in real life, she is amazing in FC 26 as well. Double five. You can dribble in any direction, you can shoot from any foot. And that's exactly what Jahan needed. Karman, of course, not giving up straight from the kickoff. Can he get a goal back? Great defending there by Jahan. But it is a free kick, in fact. Free kicks, very interesting topic. Shubhang, do you think this is going in? Because there's a player already waiting on the line for Jahan.
I don't think Zico has dead ball to just drive it in. Yeah, Malini will be able to clear it out though. But again, I still prefer Claudia Pina taking those free kicks for my team. Like, Pina does everything perfectly: striker, build up, free kicks. And it is a big surprise that Tika does not have her in a starting 11.
Oh yeah,
Like,
for
on the
sure. I
other side,
think
Jahan, he's still using Pina even in the extra times first half coming to an end. Like, Pina is like irreplaceable for him.
Yeah, I mean, I think just as when we talk about Claudio Pina as well, Shubhang, sorry that I interrupted you earlier, but um, Pina, I think, is that player that if you have 11 Pinas on the pitch, I think you'll still win a tournament game because she has been the player for everyone in the game. I think every time, I think at this point, in quite a lot of people who play FC regularly, Ultimate Team regularly, I think the people in their families also live with them, keep hearing that name a lot because all the time they're like, what a goal from Pina, let's go Pina, why did you miss Pina? So I think, yeah, she's the highlight of FC 26 for sure. Even at the start, it was so difficult to stop her. The gold card in itself. I mean, I've still seen quite a lot of players
Yes.
use the gold Pina, and she's very annoying to play against. But just as when we talk about that, I think there is going to be a change of tactics, which the production nicely has stopped us from seeing because they don't want us to copy those tactics. And I think we could have benefited a lot from that, Shubhang. But I think we'll have to wait patiently while the tactics are being set. But I think that's only fair as well in situations like these where it's a crucial moment for for the players to be able to just get through this game and change these tactics and all. But what do you think is going to happen? I think I I genuinely feel like I smell penalties. Honestly, I do smell penalties, and I don't know if that's gonna happen or not, because Karman has to get a goal back for that to happen. And just when we say that, the second half of extra time has kicked off, and we are almost at the business end of this particular quarterfinal fixture. The winner of this, of course, goes into the semi-final, and it's gonna be a fantastic, fantastic set of fixtures we're seeing ahead of us.
Now, I think Tika has gone back to the 4-4-1-1. Zico playing as a cam instead of a CM now. But all Jahan needs to do is just to keep the ball on the back line, and he just cannot defend this one. Or rather, could not attack from that angle. But now, back to James and Tika. He needs to be very mindful of all the passes that he is making. He has 10 minutes remaining, and what a pass from Zico, and James gives the equalizer to the team. And FC Pataku takes the equalizer for one more time into the match. Zico, the first time incisive pass was just perfect for James to capitalize on. And just like that, into the second half and the last half of this game, we are on level terms with 9 goals each.
That's absolutely insane. If I was to tell anyone that this is the scoreline that happens, they will just want to hop onto the stream and watch this game. Because if you are watching, then you are in for a treat right now. We've seen 18 goals over 2 legs. It's almost like, as I said, a boxing match, and the number of rounds just keep increasing. And now, exactly the position where Jahan wants to be. The next goal can be the decider. For sure, at this point of time, will be the decider. Player lock there from Smith. Waits patiently. Zico tries to twist and turn, but Maldini ever so good in that position. Nice player lock. Pina is onside. Great bit of passing over there. This could be the last chance. And yeah, Karman had to be smart about it and slow down the tempo. It was a very smart move there, there
Yeah.
by Karman. I mean, it's much needed.
And the fact that you still cannot get a red card from that particular challenge. So that is even interesting to see. A tackle from behind that to a slide still just gets away with the yellow. But now I think, as you rightly mentioned before the start of this half, you were smelling penalties, and I think there we are heading forward until Alexia Puteas has something different in her feet, but nah, has been intercepted. And the first match at the Stairs EAFC 26 Yuva tournament, it is going to pens. Karman Tikka versus Jahan. 9 goals scored by both the players. But now you have to win the shootout. And Tikka start things perfectly well.
Yeah, Jahan now tries to get one back, and he also goes straight down the middle. What a finish that is.
Bottom left. He goes right.
Great finish there
Off
by
to
Eden
Jahan now.
Hazard. Good finish there
Kind
by
of mimicking.
Puteas. Yeah, I think it's interesting what's happening. Karma now, and Jahan saves that penalty. Great stop over there.
Kylian Mbappe. He should be able to score that. Goes bottom left and scores. Now into the lead, and Tikka under tremendous pressure. Smith, top left, scores.
Yeah, can Jahan now score this one? This is absolutely crucial. Stands tall, goes bottom left, and that's exactly what he needed to be in that position. Karman now has to score this, as still in the mix.
Marcelo for the winner. Jahan goes top right and scores with that. Jahan taking the penalty shootout in his favor and making sure that he goes through this leg. Quarterfinal accomplished successfully well. And Karman Singh Tikka is getting knocked out, and Jahan making his way to the semis.
What a game this was. Exactly what we needed indeed, didn't we not? I think that's what we were hoping for, at least. I mean, I was hoping for, after seeing extra time, to be very honest with you, Shubhang, that I wanted this game to be going into penalties, and these guys have put up the best show that we'd have possibly hoped for. Great penalty shootout, one miss from Karman, and Jahan capitalizing on it, not even missing a single penalty. And I think it's fantastic, and a little bit of insight as well about the players as well. I mean, it's even with the weather the way it is right now. Karman told me before the
Yes.
game that he's unwell, And kudos to him, honestly, and everyone watching, supporting him as well on this stream, his friends, his fans, that even though when he was unwell, he showed up and he played the match the way that he did and still took it to penalties. Could have possibly won because penalties is almost like a coin toss indeed. So massive kudos to him and commiserations to Karman for losing out in that fashion. Massive congratulations to Jahan. It is a very important win for him to put his mark on this tournament and enter the semi-finals. I mean, fantastic game. Both the players extremely attacking. 18 goals scored. I think Shubhang, exactly what we wanted to see.
Goal galore from both the ends. Endless structure at the end. Although Tika was chasing the majority of the game, but he made sure that he is never completely out of the match. And then when it comes to pens, it is more about the luck factor going in your favor. It is just taking a gamble, and if it works out. But what a first match that we have witnessed. And if this is just the start of the stairs YUVA EFC 26, just imagine how the tournament is gonna progress from here. Because this is just the first online qualifiers. There are 9 more to go. We have 2 every month, and this is how we are starting things off.
Yeah, we are starting off indeed. And I think what we would want to do right now is we would take a short break before the second quarterfinals live on stream that is going to happen. We'll be taking you through all the fixtures. Of course, we'll be showing you the fixtures list and how they are panning out in the quarterfinals, how the point system are allocated, what are the points that these players are going to earn from the positions they've finished. And the next match, of course, is going to be between Chelsea CJ12 and Aditya Tolani, a very interesting player who's played really well in the start of the tournament. So, of course, we cannot wait to see India's number one player, as of course known as India's GOAT in EAFC. And yeah, that is a fixture I'm really looking forward to. So, stay tuned, guys. We'll be right back.
Awkward silence is there. Welcome back everyone to the Stairs YUVA EA FC 26 online qualifiers into the quarterfinal number 2. The first game played by Jahan and Karman Singh Tikka went to the penalty shootout where Jahan came out on top with just one miss from Karman Singh Tikka. But now it is time from one of the best matches that we are gonna witness because it is Charanjot taking on an upcoming raw talent in the tournament. I think you are muted because I cannot hear you, Loki, as of now. And I think before we sort those things out, for the results, the first game 9 to 10 for Jahan. It was an equal amount of share for both the players, 9 to 9 in to the second leg and to the overtime in the extra time, and then going to the pens where Jahan got the better of Karman Singh Tekka. But now for the next matchup, it is Charanjot against Adi Insane, one of the new players. Let's see how he's gonna put up a show against Charanjot because playing against Charanjot is a nightmare, to be very honest. And uh, to state things, I have played against CJ myself in the past, but it is like one of those games where you are bound to know what's going to happen to you, but despite knowing, you are not able to stop those through balls and the way CJ presses. But now, if we talk about the other results overall, Aditya Chadda, he won the game against Safwan, and I think that was by overall. But then Vanshaj checking on Jake Santos, another new name into the tournament, where Vanshaj, pretty much a veteran, we have seen him at the highest stage possible, and he won his game 10 to 4 over the quarter of two legs. So that is something which was crazy, to be very honest. 10 to 4 is a big score line to win from. But Jake Santos, for him, getting into the top 8 was definitely pretty good. But now, how he gonna progress and how much learning he can take from here is what I want to see, since it is a pretty long tournament. It is more about the standings and the seeding to play at the offline qualifiers and the LAN in Delhi. A total of 10 qualifiers are to be played. It is just the first one. And every month, there are going to be two qualifiers. So, ample of time for Jake Santos, Safwan to learn from the mistakes that they have done. And also for Karman Singh Tekka to come in the future tournaments and increase the overall rating and ranking that he has. So that will be interesting on how things gonna look for him. But yeah, for this matchup, it is Charanjot. What is Adi Insane, and it's a matter of time before the game gets underway.
I think my audio went off. Shubhang, am I
Yes.
audible now? Yes, finally. Thank you.
Yeah, you're
Sorry
finally
for
back.
the Yes, sorry for the technical issues earlier, guys. Apologies for that. Just trying to test out something with my microphone. But as you guys saw in the results, that crazy amount of goals being scored, almost double digits in all the fixtures that we've seen until now. In fact, for Aditya Chadda, as you saw, which was not played on stream, there was a fixture of round of 16 which he won 20 goals to 1. That is absolutely berserk, right? So I think what we're going to be doing before we go live with the fixture of the game, we'll quickly go through the points table as to how the points are allocated. So if that graphic can be pulled up, I think we'll be able to explain how the points work in this tournament, how many points are you going to get from every stage that you participate in, like where you finish. Of course, there are 5 base points for participation, but you will be able to see that when we are able to pull out the graphic. And of course, after that, we'll be starting off the game. So here, I think Shubhang, I'll let you take over this for the explanation to our lovely audience here today.
So it is pretty much default, and knowing how the structure works with the graphic, it is very straightforward. If you win the entire qualifier, you get 105 points, 100 as the base winning total, and 5 for the participation that you have made it till here. But the majority of the thing is that it relies on that third and the bottom of the places. For second place, you have 80 points, but even if you get to the semis, that is third and fourth place, you have 55 to 45 points. And then fifth to eighth, you have 25 points. 9 to 16, that is in the initial phases of the tournament, you get 15 points overall. And then from 17 to 128, that is the beginning of the tournament, if you get eliminated, you get 5 points for participation. And all these points are allocated per qualifier. In total of 10 qualifiers are to be played. So this is something that is going will get ongoing till 24th of May, before the top 6 qualifies for the major event, and the top 2 remains will still have the chance from a qualifier that will be played in the offline arena as well. So pretty long event. Even if the first qualifier does not go your way, you will still have the opportunity to make it back to the land finale.
Yeah, I think consistency is key, as which is the highlight of this tournament, because what the ethos of the Stairs Foundation says is that they want to promote and they want to enable the youth, as the name says, Stairs Yuva, to be able to be in a consistent format and not exit the tournament once and that you have to wait for another big event to come up. This is a very consistent way of putting the players in one place and for them to constantly compete in a tournament that is going to give you national recognition. And as I mentioned earlier, it's a national sports promotional organization with the numbers that Stairs has reached in the country is phenomenal, really. So I think all that matters right now for all these young players is to make a name for themselves. They've
Yep.
already done so in global tournaments. A player like Charanjot, of course, has represented India at the World Cup. He's the only Indian player to reach the top 32 in the World Cup, which was the
Yes.
FC Pro Open. So I think it's fantastic, really, the kind of players that we have in our country. I think our community has a lot to learn from all these pros that are competing, and we're just waiting for the game to kick off. I'm eagerly waiting to again, Shubhank, with you, cast on another game of Charanjot, because whenever people watch him play, they have so much to learn, and every time they wonder as to how does this guy play. Although before we, kick off with the game, I think I would like to highlight that Aditya Tulani is not a pushover. I think he's been fantastic in this tournament. He's beaten a couple of good players as well, and as you guys can see the results one more time before the game kicks off, that this is the fixture that we're focusing on right now, because we will of course have the semis after this, given the fact that this game gets concluded. But here we go as we start. That the predictions are going to coming in. As I said, Aditya Tulani is no pushover, so I'm excited to see how he plays in this tournament. So if you guys are watching the stream, make sure you put your predictions in. And who do you think is going to be? Is it going to be Charanjot as usual, or is it going to be Aditya giving him a tough fight? Charanjot playing from right to left in the red kit just as we start. Great attack over there, but Aditya just hanging on by a thread right at the start of the game.
Oh yes. But now again, at this point, I just want to see how Aditya defend in this game, because CJ's attacking is going to be reckless, and Wilson just like that, less than 5 minutes, and she is already on the scoreboard. And this new card, it is phenomenal. Like one of the best strikers into the game, maybe even better than Claudia Pina at this point, because of the playstyle that she has. The quick step on the striking position is tremendous to have with, and with the tiki taka and incisive, does everything that Claudia Pina is capable of. So that's a big replacement. Although very expensive, around a million of coins. But on the other side, it is going to be Claudia Pina who might give the equalizer already. And the rookie is not too far out in this game.
Yeah, I mean, that wasn't something I was expecting the way Charanjot started. And of course, in his infamous red kit, that the way that he plays his attack is so fearless. But Aditya, kudos to him to come back into this game and score an equalizer. I mean, it's not easy to score against Charanjot with the way that he presses as well. But you can see Aditya triggering players forward, trying to play those first time through balls. And I think there's a lot of promise in this player from what I can see. Um, you can see Seguer also defending very well, tracking back with the players, constantly sending players on a run. And Pina, of course, your go to player to get those goals in. So I think Aditya is going to put up a good fight. It just goes to say that who is going to be the one scoring the next goal. That I think is going to be extremely crucial for this particular leg.
I'm just trying to figure out if it is a 4-4-1-1 from the side of Aditya right now. Because I think with Florian Wirtz into the mix, and I think it is can be a 4-4-1-1. So at least the formation is pretty much similar from both the ends, since CJ also loves very similar playstyle. Not a 4-5-1 fan though, which is kind of surprising at this stage. But now CJ finds Larson there, but good defending from Matuidi, and now again back to Florian Wirtz. And on the wings, is it Perez there?
I think it is.
Is
I
Perez
mean,
being used as left mid?
could have been the case here, but just as we say, Dembele with a
Oh,
chance. It's the post. And it was through the legs of Courtois. That's not something new that we've heard before. Courtois, of course, has conceded a lot of goals through his legs in this game and in real life as well. And just that moment created what a through ball there is. Pedro Neto goes for a finesse. And Charanjot is down by a goal. And Aditya Dolani bring out a surprise from the box right there. It's almost like pulling a rabbit out of the hat, really, against a player like CJ. What a through ball that was! The first time through balls that we were talking about in the first game, Shubhang. That's exactly what we're seeing right now in front of us.
oh, exactly. But now CJ, he's not too far out, trying a shot already, but good defending there. And the attacking is, I would say, still pretty much can be controlled by the disguised runs on the flanks and then playing the first time through passes, sending your wingers on a run. And now, in the meanwhile, Pina, good McGeady spin, trying a finesse from very long range. But now going back to the point, attacking is not the major concern. How you defend will win you the match. And the way Aditya is defending, it is pretty much perfect. He has not put a step wrong on the back line till now.
Yeah, I think CJ has been able to create a chance or two over there with the finesse angle opening up. It was a good chance from Dembele as well. But as you can see, like Aditya, of course, not giving too many gaps, even though CJ, when he gets inside the box, he's always dangerous. Cheap loss of possession over there. And one more chance there, another finesse shot, but not enough to beat Courtois, of course. But the way Aditya has started to play, it's fantastic, really. I mean, you can't just count out Charanjot at the start of the game, as once again Dembele is through on the wings. He's going to try and cut back inside, plays a pass to Wilson, tries to take a couple of touches, and that Wilson card is what we're going to be seeing today, Shubhank, what the SBC that I was talking about earlier. We have Pina on one side, and we have Wilson on the other side. I think it's going to be a great analysis of how both the cards work and a glimpse of how Sophia Wilson is in the game as well at a pro tournament.
Oh, yes. I think this is a perfect time to review the card if someone wants to make that SBC or not. But now, Wilson, in the meanwhile, just loses the ball to Matuidi there. But now, Florian Wirtz have the ball and Perez making a good run, but Henrys, good interception, good shielding there. And now back to CJ. Wilson, the pass was not too accurate. Back to Pina. Larson just getting the interception, and Aditya, he is pressing really well right now, getting the ball back to Perez, and Perez, he cannot dribble much. Murillo will win him the ball back again, but the interception in the midfield has been perfect, and now Pina in a perfect space, low driven to the far post, takes the third one, and Charanjot have been forced to make a pause.
Absolutely insane that from Adi. Insane is what his name is, really, because he's actually pulled off some insane stuff indeed. To be in a lead again against the likes of Charanjot is fantastic indeed. I think to take a goal back after the initial goal that CJ scored, as you can see in the replay right now, and then to be able to get this equalizer from Pina and then to manage to score two more goals after that, that takes a lot of Arsenal in you to be able to get those goals in. So I think that's exactly what Aditya has done, and he's just surprised all of us. And that's exactly what we're here for, to see the underdogs perform.
Yeah, this is definitely a good start there. 3-1 onto the advantage, and now just losing out the ball pretty cheaply in the back to Zico. Shellen gets the ball back to Wilson, just keeping the possession there. And now Strand, not the midfielder that you see often, but maybe another great Evo find from CJ. And knowing him, he is definitely one of those players who loves to find some crazy Evos. But now back to Strand, back to Zico trying to find the ball, but Marcelo with good interception. Larson, although, just win the ball back to Wilson, trying the space, a low driven finesse, finally able to convert that.
Yeah, great finish there from none other than Sophia Wilson. What a card that is. Charanjot playing that pass inside, great dribbling there to cut inside to create that finesse angle. And just as we say that, the first half comes to an end. What a fantastic start to the first leg of this quarterfinal fixture between Charanjot Singh and Aditya Tulani, where Aditya is still in the lead. Mind you, that this is a two-legged fixture, and both those players, without wasting any sort of time, they head into the second half. And if Aditya can get another goal, the game is just going to get very interesting, because if Charanjot gets the equalizer, then I think there's going to be a lot of pressure on Aditya over there.
That is true. Because despite the fact that the scoreline is still 3-2, it is still in favor of Aditya. But now CJ will find Shellen on the flanks. Player locks to Wilson, trying to first time pass. Zico, this is going to be the equalizer for sure. But Larson, he has been caught tiny bit of offside there. Not the equalizer right now. Has to build one more attempt, and Usman Dembele just win the ball back. Sophia Wilson, a ball roll, could not get it. But I still believe that despite the fact that playstyles and everything are very similar, the Winter Wildcard Pina is still a better option because of the double five that she has, and the skill moves in such tiny bit of spaces does have a bigger impact if you talk about the overall build-up style of the players.
Yeah, it is indeed the case. I think all that matters is the play style there, and Zico with a good chance. And as you were saying, the play styles are really important, because I think I've heard you talk a lot about Evos, and Shubhang, your knowledge on Evos is fantastic indeed. And I think all these Evos do matter a lot, because EA has given a chance for players like us and everyone in the community to use all these Evo cards as well. Although Charanjot, of course, relying upon the likes of Wilson, Dembele, and Zico, and all the top players that are there. One more chance there. Osman
Wow.
Dembele gets the equalizer for Charanjot, and he's back in the game. You cannot count this man out so soon. We did talk about Aditya's efforts to take the lead, and of course, he's playing really well, not taking anything away from him. But Charanjot, of course, bringing in his experience, and he's still on the attack, not wasting any time to try and get the fourth goal. Zico now on the ball. Player locks it to Wilson. Shellin. Wilson again. Great bit of passing. Larson tries to play that cut inside, but great defending there by Aditya. As you can see, the players being triggered. 60th minute mark. It's going to be crucial for Aditya to get something out of this attack. He still has the ball, but Strand very well played over there.
Now again back to Wilson. Zico, a good player lock on Usman Dembele, but the pass has been completely intercepted. No issues as of now in the defending side, but the build-up is something that I'm still looking out for. Marcelo just going forward but has been completely blocked, and this is something that these professional players, these veteran players do perfectly well. Read the game where the pass might go and anticipate the passing lane already and just win the ball high up the pitch. And because of that, an opportunity has been created with a player lock, but the header just could not be won.
Yeah, I mean, great attempt there by Charanjot to do that head down from the player lock. Something he's really good at. But Pedro Neto now has a chance to go for a finesse shot. Just keeps running. And Stam, of course, Charanjot is not going to give you so much of time. He does step up very well with Yap Stam, of course, one of the best centre backs in this game. Now on the attack, Zico, Strand tries to force that pass inside, standing tall, wins the ball back again. Great bit of aggression from both the players to constantly win the ball high up the pitch. Neto once again on that through ball, quick bit of 1-2. Can he make something out of this? Neto plays it to Claudio Pina.
Wow.
What a finesse that is from the 88 rated Claudio Pina, as when we were talking about how the name reverberates on everyone's voices. What a player she is. And she has given Aditya the much needed lead and the confidence to do something about this in this particular game. Here's Charanjot, of course, forcing his defenders out wide. One more chance, but great save there by Courtois.
And mind you, this is the gold Pina with the recent 50k coins Evo, which gave her the pace and everything that she needed. A gold card still being used at the best possible tournament with just 50k spent on that Evo to increase up the pace and everything. This shows how good this card is. From the very basic card to just giving her the pace and still competing with the likes of a million card on the other side in the likes of Wilson. So this is something that just is mind-boggling. The Claudia Pina is still so perfect. And now again, with giving the lead right now, Charanjot, who is trailing, trying to get something on the striker end, brings Smith into the mix. And I'm not sure if Smith will be able to do the job with Wilson was doing. But now Kanahoglu, in the meanwhile, finds the ball back to Smith. A pass, but Shellen, she does the business perfectly well. A low-driven finesse. Charanjot gets the equalizer.
Yeah, what a goal that was. Quick bit of passing. And what I like about Charanjot's gameplay is that he builds from the other side and finally ends up passing it to the other winger to be able to create that chance. He's very good at that. He will deceive you into showing that he's going to go all the way from the right wing, always tries to cut back inside and play it into feet for a finish. Here now Ousmane Dembele cuts inside, goes for a finesse, and what a goal that is from none other than Ousmane Dembele. Charanjot is on fire. What a goal! Beautiful ball roll scoop turn, and that finesse shot, exquisite.
Clean. And this is the experience that is being showcased at this point. Despite the fact that Aditya has played the game really well and exceeded my expectations on him, but despite all this, he is trailing by 1 goal. But he is surely not out because Claudio Pina inside the box is there. But Jabstam, the best centre back in the game, just wins it and will win it back once more for Charanjot. And now with one more attack onto the build up, Kanahoglu, Aaron, back to Dembele, goes back to Aaron, and now just playing for the last attack, not rushing his chances, taking his time on the passes, gets inside. Smith should be able to finish that, but Courtois beautifully saved.
Yeah, what a save that is. What a game this has turned out to be. 87th minute. Charanjot, will he hold the ball or is he going to go for an attack right away? Is he going to waste some time to keep the last attack? No, he gives the ball away, and now Aditya. Is he going to play for the last attack? I hope both the players are keeping an eye on the clock because the last goal in this game could be the tiebreaker for the second leg, of course, and to build on that momentum. Seguin now turns inside, looks for a pass, and great finish there
Wow.
by Florian Wirtz. Great bit of passing over there, and Charanjot must be gutted to lose the ball when he had the chance to create the last attack. And the referee blows the whistle for the first leg. And what a way for Aditya Tolani to take the lead in this particular fixture against the mighty Charanjot. That pass was absolutely beautiful. Like, I mean,
What a
this is
debut.
why you play FC 26. Fantastic indeed. And the way that he
Yes.
triggered the player was just phenomenal to time that pass right, to take a touch and finish it beautifully from none other than Florian Wirtz, who was at the start of the game a pretty much favored budget cam, even though his pace was like just 80, but he was still pretty good in the game because of that incisive playstyle and his finishing, of course, being
Yes.
really good. His overall was also 89 right from the start of the game, so that's quite a high overall for a player like Florian Wirtz. So using his special card to now use him in the game like this, I think it's fantastic indeed. And I mean, I can't wait for the second leg. Aditya has just taken the lead. Just when we thought that Charanjot has equalized and now taken the lead after scoring that goal from Dembele, Aditya just pulls a rabbit out of the hat one more time. And yeah, it's all about giving a platform to these young players who are trying to make a name for themselves in this particular scene against all these mighty pros that we see constantly winning tournaments. And it won't be a surprise if Charanjot ends up winning this tournament. It would just be another payday for him as well, right? But I think for a player like Aditya, I think it means a lot to him to give a fight to a player like Charanjot.
Like even ending the first leg on an equalizer is something that can be considered a great achievement, especially keeping in mind that it is his debut matchup. This is the first time that he is playing
Yeah.
Charanchod, and the stage is stars YUVA EA FC 26, a qualifier that has not taken place earlier. And on this stage, in the online phases, if you can get a draw against Charanjot, it speaks volumes of what this guy is capable of. This is
Yeah.
something that I was really looking out for because whenever you see some upcoming talent, some rookie players, generally they crumble under the pressure of facing the bigger names. But this has not been the
Yeah.
case till now. Aditya was in
Yeah.
the lead for majority of the time, and Charanjot, he was the one who was chasing the deficit for the entirety of the game.
Yeah. Yeah, he was. I think. I mean, it's not. It's not something. as I would always say, it's not a surprise position for Charanjot to be in. The game FC 26 in itself is like that, Spartus. I think we've seen that from time to time. We've even seen very close score lines between players who are pretty good and the players that are pros. And the game is meant like this, that if you time your passes right, if you're able to attack, it's very difficult to defend even when you're a pro player. So I think that is definitely going to be the case. And if we were to just look back upon the fixtures and see how the goals have been scored, I think we can just quickly switch to the fixtures graphic, and Shubhang can take us through this, because the number of goals that have been scored in all these fixtures is absolutely crazy. I mean, if you add that up, you just know what, like, basically sums FC 26 up in that way. So if you
Yes.
can just quickly see the graphic of the fixtures, I think we'll be able to see how many goals these players are scoring in this tournament, and more of this is going to come in the semifinals and the finals. So I think it's going to be really fantastic.
Oh, for sure, man. Because if you talk about the first quarterfinal, it was 9 overall on the aggregate between Tikka and Jahan. Both the players just getting 9 goals each. And then, even in
Yeah,
this matchup, the first leg coming to an end at 5 overall. There's one more leg to be played, so the goal line will increase even more. Double digits are yet to be found from both the sides. But again, 5 overall in the first one, 10 goals scored. But CJ, by looking at the things, the game is not looking easy for him from any point of view. Because
yeah.
if you talk about the game, other matches, Vanshaj 10-4 against Jake Santos, one of the new players coming in. That was the one side domination from Vanshaj. But on the other side, Tikka and Jahan, the game went to penalties. So it is more about how fluent you are on the attack at the end of the day.
Yeah, I think it's all about getting in those goals. I mean, as you can see, this 1-0 result that you see, I think that's, of course, a game which can be an exception, where it's going to be so close over two legs. I'd really, makes me feel that compared to all the number of goals that we're seeing, that 19 goals between Karman and Jahan, and then like 14 goals between Vanchaj and Jake. I think exactly what we're seeing in this game as well. It's, I think, 5-4 already. So we're definitely hitting double digits as well going forward. So I think, of course, as we wait for the second leg, um, if we can quickly see the points table as well, we'd like to explain it once again to the people of TuneIn right now, how the point system is explained for the people participating, or if you'd like to register, of course, there is going to be a link that is going to be sent out to the community. It'll be posted on the Stairs' Instagram. So, guys, make sure that you do follow. Stairs NGO on Instagram. NGO Stairs is the handle, at the rate NGO Stairs, and you can follow at the rate Diksha Sports as well to get all the updates for this 5 month long tournament series. A massive shout out to ZTM, which is our community partner. They have the biggest community in India when it comes to the ultimate team. They have over 1,000 plus players in them, and of course our production partner Sportscast India. It's all happening out there because of them. So massive shout out to them as well. So of course we'll be going through the points table as well very quickly, and then we're going to get back to the fixture. But yeah, I mean, I think, Shubhang, like, given all these
Uh-huh.
results and the number of goals that we've seen over all these tournaments we've seen, I think this just goes to show that it's a very interesting and a fun title of FC that we're getting to see this year, because it's not boring, it's not one or two goals affair, it's actually
Yes.
very competitive and very back and forth.
That is so true. Because coming from FC 25, the game was pretty much defensive oriented, where the scoreline were very marginal. Everyone was just able to see out the game at the end. Pretty much similar formation that was being run. But in FC 26, keeping aside a few months of AI defense being the top notch nuisance for every player, now the game is completely open. And now, keeping that point aside for a while, since we have the point system in front of us, so if you end up winning the qualifier, you get 105 points. For the second place, that is, if you enter the grand finals, 80 points for you. On the third place, you have 55 points. Fourth place have 45 points. But then the points difference takes a toll. Because 5th to 8th, 25, then 9th to 16th is just 15, and 17th to 28th is 5 points again. So you have points for participation as well, but you need to keep in mind that consistency will be paid off. 10 qualifiers, and the players with the most consistent phases will be able to qualify for the LAN finale that will be played in New Delhi.
Yeah, I mean, that is the goal, right? For these players to be highlighted on the national stage, to get them certification from an esteemed organization like the Stairs Foundation. I think what they have done in that case is just fantastic, really, because I think what we need to realize right now is that these players are not just competing for a small prize pool of 5,000 per qualifier. What they're competing for is a consistent system that is going to be played out for the next 5 months, so rather the 9 other qualifiers that are going to happen, and these are the points that they're going to be earning from that. So if you are watching the stream and if you want to compete, there's still a lot of time. And I think, Shubhang, as you previously explained, which I think while we wait for the game, you can probably just explain it to the audience as well, that why is this system very, very important to happen, because it gives the new players a chance as well. And even if you miss a couple of qualifiers, it's okay. If you have the points, you are still in the mix for the top 6. So I
Yes.
think nothing else matters. So yeah, I think, of course, we have spoken a lot about how the point system works. So if you guys are watching and if you want to register, make sure that you subscribe to this YouTube channel. Of course, first of all, make sure you guys like the stream and support all the players that are playing. It is, of course, an honor for us to present this for you, because Stairs is recognized by the Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports, which is a massive platform for EFC 26 players in India to get that recognition from an organization like the Stairs Foundation. So just when we say that, we are setting up the next leg. Of course, there are some technical issues which are bound to happen sometimes, so we will be back shortly. I think probably in less than 2-3 minutes, and we'll bring the live action from the second leg between Charanjot and Aditya Tolani. Stay tuned, guys. All right, then here we go. We're back with the game, and the match has already started. I think we had some technical issues, and just when I say that, Charanjot has scored the second goal as well. Shubhank, I think we missed quite a lot of action from
Ah,
the first 10 minutes.
this is just 13 minutes into the game and already a 2 goal advantage for Charanjot, and that is humongous to start things off. But let's see if Aditya can make a quick comeback.
Yeah, I mean, what a fantastic start from CJ. From the first leg, it was 5-4 to Aditya Tolani. Of course, um, he is trying to get that goal in order to reduce the deficit. Right now, Charanjot is up by 1 goal because the first goal that he scored made it 5-5 on aggregate. And now he's taken the lead by 1 goal. Shellin in that position plays a pass to Zico. Good bit of play there. Charanjot with Larson. Great block there by Aditya Tolani. Good bit of chance creation there. Murillo misses. Good head there by Zico to head it down back to the centre back, but I don't think so. That would have converted Shubhank. I think that was quite the tight angle there. I think we're facing some audio issues from Shubhank, but here we go with the game. Wilson now tries to force the
Yes, I'm back.
pass. Yep.
Yeah, so again, at this point, well, the way the game started, 2 goals early onto the advantage for CJ, and keeping in mind that the first leg was equal scoreline, so the result of this match will decide who goes ahead into the semis. And by the look of things, it is going to be Charanjot who's looking for a third one, but luck, wow, that's a really good block there. Getting pretty close to scoring Charanjot for the third one, but Lakrua on the final demon right there on the back lines. But Charanjot, the way he is controlling the tempo right now, it is just perfect, and it looks like that it is a completely different game from what we saw in the first leg.
Yeah, I think as you can see, Charanjot trying to play a certain way now, which we did not see earlier. He's more compact defensively. Just when I say that, Pedro Neto with a chance and Courtois with a very important save because that would have just brought the game back to level terms. Had Aditya had scored that because he was in the lead. Anyone tuning in right now, Charanjot is playing from left to right in the red kit, trying to get the third goal in the second leg. Wilson goes for a shot, and that is the goal that CJ needed to get his lead extended by 2 goals. And Aditya now has to face a monumental task of getting 3 goals back in this particular fixture, rather 2 goals back to um, reduce the deficit and come on equal terms. But I think the way Charanjot is attacking right now, Shubhank, is just he's not stopping.
Yeah. And this is the CJ that we have to somewhere down the line kind of expected. But now again, if you talk about the defending side of Charanjot, it is just getting better and better with every pass played through. The pressing from the CB just putting some pressure on the striker and then switching to the centre mid and then just winning the ball back. It is working just perfectly well. Although winning the ball high up the pitch, Florian Wirtz but just loses out the possession from Perez. Now CJ, Michelin keeping the ball really well, and now back to Wilson. Flair nutmeg pass, finds trying to find the winger though, but Seger wins it. But now the thing is, there is not enough passing accuracy from the side of Aditya. He's just trying to release the pass to a winger, but it has already been marked by CJ, and this is what I was talking about. Although the backline is being controlled by Aditya, but the attacking side is now lacking a lot of the structure.
Yeah, it is. I think it's just been that case for Aditya as well. He's not able to find chances. But just when I say that, Seger has a chance from Pina, and that's the goal that he needed on the stroke of half time. Great goal over there. I think that's the commentator's curse that we face all the time, Shubhang, just when we're saying that Aditya is not able to create a chance. And that is where he gets that goal and reduces the deficit to just 1 goal now. And Charanjot, of course, has to score another one to restore his lead. And that's exactly what he does. Back to back goals in less than 3 minutes of in game time, 2 minutes rather in game time. Adds the referee blowing the whistle for the first half being concluded in the second leg, where Charanjot is up by 3 goals to 1, 4 goals to 1 rather, and that is going to be a difficult task once again for Aditya because now he has to get these 2 goals back again. Earlier, after he scored a goal, it was just 1 goal. Now it is going to be two, and of course that is going to be challenge for him in order to like get back into this game. But an entire half is left, and I think Yeah, plenty of time for him to make a statement the way that he did in the first leg itself.
That is true. But also, this second leg has been completely dominated by Charan Chod at this point. Because the first leg was very close, both the players were having a lot of chances, but the second leg has been pretty much one sided till now. And Charan Chod, right off the start from the kickoff, wins it back, plays for a corner, play locks, finds the space, but Perez just blocking it at the very last second. And now Pina has the time to play a through, will find Perez, who can find the winger though, but the switching is perfect, and Hendricks will make no mistake.
Yeah, I mean, I think CJ very composed over there once again. Dembele making a run through that right flank, tries to cut inside
Oh,
and goes for a low-driven shot, which is kind of unlike CJ though. I think he really likes to go with a proper finish shot over there. Stam once again knocks it down for Zico, twisting and turning inside the box, goes for a shot, and what a finish that is from Zico to score that goal and extends his lead by 3 goals on aggregate. I think exactly what we wanted to see Spartas from Charanjot, right? For him to make a comeback and show his dominance, show his experience. Every time he's opened a pass there over to Dembele, he's been able to create a chance. What a pass! And one more time before I could even take a breather, Charanjot has scored yet another goal. And this is just fantastic indeed how he's changed the game altogether.
this is more than dominance at this point. Now Wilson again finesse, long range effort, would not even flinch there. Just goal scoring after like every 2 to 3 minutes into the game. 57 minutes on the clock, and Charanjot is up by 7-1. He wins the ball back again, back to Zico, just dribbling it perfectly well. Now Usman Dembele shielding the ball well, although loses the ball back to Pina. He does not have any space, and every pass is being blocked for Mendy. Makes no mistake with the interception back to Charanjot. Perfect tiki-taka passing. First time passes are even better. Although Wilson could not set up Shellin, but will win the ball back. And now Zico finds Wilson, although Mathiudi will intercept it, get it back, but I think it is a lost cause from here on. Any possible comeback is looking too far out for Aditya.
Yeah, seems very difficult indeed because I think the aggregate difference right now is 5 goals. The first leg ended 5-4 in Aditya's favor. Now it's 7-1 to Charanjot. So the deficit of 5 goals in the next, what, 25 in-game minutes is going to be very, very difficult for Charanjot to, for Aditya to sort of come back. And Charanjot is still not stopping. As you can see, Zico waits very patiently. Dembele looks for a pass to Wilson. Aditya really has to get a couple of goals very soon if he has any chances of coming back into this game. The way that he played in the first leg, of course, was, uh, you know, I mean, it was fantastic indeed. You saw his true potential, but I don't know what just happened to him. Probably got to the pressure of playing against the likes of CJ, and yeah,
For
just when
Pen,
I was talking about the pressure, concedes a penalty.
eighth one on board. It should not miss from there. Yeah, a cheeky little chip on the bottom left corner. Zico getting the eighth one, and generally we see like 10 goals being scored in a single leg, but both the players have contributed to it pretty well. But this time around, it is 8 goal for Charan Chod, and Aditya just getting one onto the board, and that too was from a rebound from the winger. No clear cut chances have been created from him. The passing has been pretty much indecisive. And yeah, again, finds Florian Wirtz trying to dribble out this time again. Just straight away pass to Pina, but again, Murillo was blocking it every time. So this is something that Aditya needs to work upon, I believe.
Yeah, he really needs to because I think he's going to learn a lot. And as we were talking about the consistent format, right, this is not it for him. He has plenty of qualifiers to keep making a statement for himself. And he's definitely one of the potential players to end up in the top six. The way that he's playing, I think he's given a fight to Charanjot in the first leg. He's probably got derailed in the second leg. The way that CJ is playing, and what a finish that is from Sophia Wilson. I think Shubham, I'm going to turn on my console right after this game and I'm going to start doing that SBC because I don't want to be missing out on such a card. That finish was it for me. I think that's what convinced me to do this card, because 91 or 92 pace, I think, and 94 shooting, or is it the other way around? I think those are the
Yes.
stats for Sophia Wilson. And what a card she is! She's got incisive, she's got finesse plus, she's got low driven gray. I think all these play styles definitely just proves what a pass one more time. She will definitely finish that. I mean,
Wow.
Courtois standing tall, but there you go. Yeah, 94 pace, 91 shooting. It's incredible indeed how fast she is. With the most important one that you highlighted earlier, Shubank, was the striker having incisive, and that's exactly what she has as well. I mean, just flowing right now for Charanjot right now. He's just enjoying his gameplay, preparing for the semi-finals to kick off. Of course, it's the next fixture. We'll be talking about it. But here's a chance for Aditya. Can Petroneto get something out of this? But Murillo, fantastic defending.
Not giving anything right now. And Charanjot is already on 10 goals, looking for the 11th one, single handedly entering the double digit territory. It is just brilliant. And maybe if something is above that, wins the ball back again. Shellen will have opportunity for another finesse. Goes through a Trivela near post. Will get blocked off. A good save from Courtois, but back to Wilson. Back to Shellen. Zico twisting, finding the space, takes the 11th one on the board. 11-1 in favor of Charanjot now.
Yeah, that's the beauty of this format, right? I think the two legs is a very fair way to explain how things work over here in the competitive structure for any sport title, as a matter of fact, which involves, of course, a sport where two legs can happen. I mean, especially in football, of course, right? How it happens in any competitive tournament, because that gives you time to adapt to any of the mistakes you've done in the first leg and to be able to come back from that in the second one. As you can see, Charanjot has done that ever so well, taking his time to understand how Aditya plays and how he won the first game, and then, of course, utilizing his potential to true effect. Charanjot using all that experience to win this quarterfinal fixture 11-1 in the second leg. So I think after the way that he's performed, the aggregate score from what I see is going to be 15 is to 5. I think 15 is to 6. I think we'll have to check
16, I
that.
believe,
So,
because CJ even scored one more. Like, it was 5 overall somewhere down the line the first leg. So,
yeah, it
anything
was 5-4
above
to
like
Aditya.
15,
Yeah.
16. So, that is something like even crazier. Like, if you look at the first leg, how narrow the margins were. But then in the second leg, it is a 10 goal difference. So, just one leg apart, and the performance has been completely different from both the players.
Yeah, it really has been, and I think it's been a fantastic game. We've been wanting to see the first game start off really well between Jahan and Karman. What a fantastic game that was! I think going into penalties and the total of that game going to 18 goals, and it was just phenomenal for us to watch. And now to see again almost 20 goals scored. I think more than 20 goals scored in this fixture
Yeah.
as well over two legs. So that is exactly what we came here to see. And now it's going to come down to some serious competition where all the familiar faces are going to be
Yes.
playing against each other. And we will take you through the fixtures as we go along. But Charanjot has won against Aditya. Great fight being put by him. Commiserations to him. He's a top player. I think coming through the ranks, plenty of time for him to play in the other 9 qualifiers that he's going to be playing and come back into the mix of the points. He's secured some good points as well for himself. But of course, Charanjot showing his class. But yeah, it was a good game, Shubhank. I think, and
Mhm.
especially when we spoke about Wilson, I think, how did you feel about that card?
Well, I think it is a must do SPC at this point. And if you don't have the fodder for her, just get Claudio Pina Gold and do the Evo. Because at the end, the only thing that Claudio Pina lacking was the pace. Despite the fact it is
Yeah,
still in 90s, but the rapid and quick step on Wilson is making her a different player altogether. Because
yeah,
as much as good Pina is on the distribution of the ball, Wilson is not just distributing the ball well, but also making sure that she scores a lot of them. Because that quick step,
yeah.
making sure that she beats the center back with a rapid pace. I think this was the comparison that we needed, and Charanjot, the best player to do so in the history of FC, showcasing how to use the striker role at the perfect position.
Absolutely right. I think that's exactly what we needed for a player like CJ to show us what Sophia Wilson can actually do. And as I said, I'm going to hop onto my console after this stream ends later tonight. And I'm going to be doing that SBC with whatever photo that I have because she will be expensive, definitely. But definitely
Yeah.
an upgrade to Claudio Pina as well, I feel. Pina is Pina, but yeah, she's definitely going to be there. So next up, though, is going to be fantastic because we have Vanchad Sharma versus Aditya Chadda as our first semi-final. And that's exactly what we're looking for. I think we're going to be talking more on this after a short break because these players both have had a lot of history of playing against each other. And the second fixture, of course, Shubhang, I'll let you talk about these two because you saw that with me at the PlayStation India Cup as well when they squared off against each other.
Oh, yes. It's a rematch again, but this time on the online stages. Jahan taking on Charanjot will definitely be a thriller of a game, but keeping in mind the performance Charanjot has just shown in the last leg, Jahan must be pretty much under pressure.
You really must be. I think both these players, as I said earlier, that Chahan was Charanjot's student as well when he was learning the game, and Charanjot has taught him a lot. So it's basically student versus master, what you're seeing on your screen right now. So these two semifinals games are going to be absolutely fantastic. We cannot wait for it. But we're going to go on a short break, and we will be back with the first semifinals between Vanchad Sharma and Aditya Chadda. Stay tuned.
Welcome back, everyone. Right after a very short break to the stairs, YUVA EA FC 26. The online qualifiers, quarterfinals have ended, and now it is time for the semifinals. But when you look at the result, it has been pretty much single side domination from the side of the players that have made it to the quarters. Karman Singh Tikka has been knocked off by Jahan in a penalty shootout, but other than that, every player that have qualified into the semis have just rigged their opponents apart.
Yeah, I mean, these results, as we keep talking about Spartus, I think that's been the case earlier as well, and that has been the case in this tournament as well. It's almost double digits. I think it's mostly double digits in most of the games that happen, but in this, definitely that's been the case. I think even like almost 20 goals over two legs is
Yeah.
absolutely ridiculous, and that's what makes FC 26 ever so exciting. But now, I think it's time for us to move on to the semi-finals, where the first fixture is between Aditya Chadda and Vanchad Sharma. And if we can have that graphic pulled up, I think we'll be able to see both the players who are ready. And now the history between both the players is what we were talking about. Both of them have played the EISL for their respective clubs as well. And here we go. Nicely, we can see their face cam. I think the game screen is missing. So, of course, we would like that to pop up very soon. And here we go. All right. I think it was the pre match black screen that is there, which always gives you the anxiety in a tournament as a player. I can definitely say that myself. But here we go with the semi finals of the Stairs UA EVA FC 26 Season 1 Qualifier 1, where Aditya is playing from left to right in the blue kit, whereas Vanchad Sharma is playing from right to left in the white kit. Fantastic, fantastic game ahead of us. And Spartus, as I was saying earlier, that both of them have played EISL. They've had great, great achievements in the EAFC scene in India and in the South Asia
Yes.
region as well. What a matchup we have on our hands.
Well, this year in FC 26, I have seen Aditya played on the PlayStation LAN, so I know what this guy is capable of. The attacking powers he has, it is phenomenal. But now I just want to see how does Vanshaj attack, because this guy is one of those players where you can expect a lot more possession-based attacks, not too much quick on the counters, especially in the past years. But this year has Vanshaj changed his style. But by the look of things, he is already on a breakthrough. Neto trying to cut back. Could have taken his time, but Ferland Mendy just wins the ball back for Aditya again. And by the look of things, both the players not rushing their passes in the first few minutes, because generally you see players trying to get through on goal as soon as possible, get to the score sheet. But right now, both the players are playing with good composure.
Yeah, they really are. I think it's been a slow start. Both of them are trying to, like, get through each other's midfields and the back line, not having had the chance to break through. And I think that's the case with most of these competitive games sometimes, when the game feels very stuck when you're trying to create chances. It's just that one moment of magic that you need to create to sort of open the deadlock. That's going to be the case eventually between both these players. I don't expect this game to be a low scoring one at all, even though it started off very slow, because normally, Spartans, we've seen this before, right? That the goals just keep coming in right from the start of the game. It's unlike that in this particular fixture. Neto for one touch. Can he break the deadlock? Good pass in there to Pina. Tries to force that pass again, but Aditya Chadda very well defended over there.
Now back again, back to Shellin. She has been like the go-to left mid right now in the entirety of the tournament. And just why not? One of the best play styles on the wingers, that's the rapid and the quick step. She has both of them in silver. And alongside the lengthy accelerate option as well. So she is quicker and faster and strong at the same time, keeping in mind she has the tiki-taka playstyle too. So Shellen has been the no-brainer on the flank, but she has not been successful in terms of the goals till now, and it is a big surprise that 20 minutes into the game, no proper shot has been taken from either of the players.
Yeah, I think that just goes to show both the players are defensively very solid. They're probably missing that attacking spark that they need. Aditya, again, those last second switches is the key here for defending, as I think we've seen that from time to time, even at the highest level when you watch, say, the Europeans play, or the Middle Eastern players play. All these players, like, from different parts of the world. They're very careful about their defending the kind of passes that they play. Both of them are very careful, but this could be the break for one church there. Reinders, nice 1-2 with Zico. Still manages to keep the ball. Shellin still has it. Looking for that space. Aditya not giving any space whatsoever. Zico, it's literally no space to go. Good bit of dribbling there. Has to be patient with the passes, but once again, the centre back stepping up. It's a pretty even game right now going on.
But now finally, this can be a finesse from this particular angle. A finesse in goal, and Chanel gets one opportunity from time to pound, and Aditya Chadda makes no mistake. A perfect play lock to find the space between the fullback and the centre back. And that very particular opportunity, I think even Vansaj knew he has committed a mistake at the back lines by not switching at the right time to the fullback. And then there was no mistake, and the team in blue finally breaks the deadlock.
Yeah, I think it's really good to a lot over there to change the run of Snellen, who was trying to run behind the fullback and then change the run nicely through the middle between that gap between the fullback and the centre back. Here's a chance for One Church. Can he make something out of this? Shellin! He commits, and that's a penalty. Too desperate to win that ball. One Church knew exactly what he was doing. Can he convert this penalty? Bottom corner. Great finish there. And just when you thought Aditya dived the right position to stop that, One Church has somehow managed to score that goal, and we're back level playing again.
Now, with the score on level terms, thing is, it is still wide open, and the opportunities there aren't much at this point. Good player log though on Neto. Back to Zico, just trying to play some 1-2 passes. Find Shellen, an opportunity for a finish. Takes some time before driving the ball ahead. Now back to Zico, sending the players ahead. Back to Pina, trying to dribble around, but Ferland Mendy wins it, gives away the possession away. Now Zico, another play lock at the right time, but no space to go ahead. And I think this match has to be one of the best defensively structured matchups that we have ever seen.
Yeah, I think maybe for some reason with the scoreline that we saw for Aditya's previous game against Safwan, I think he told me the score was 1-0. And that's what I updated. So I think probably Aditya is that player who's defensively playing very solid and just going out all on attack, trying to create these chances. I think it's just been the fact that One Church is defensively a very good player when he wants to, when he wants to be in that particular game, when he's in form, when he's getting his switches right. It's not easy to beat One Church's defense as well. Aditya constantly trying to do player locks, but once again, see the step up from the CDM and the closing down from the centre back has been absolutely crucial. And this card I really love, Spartus. The Aaron card, it's just really good. That evolution is what you were talking about as earlier, like how important Evos have been in the game. And these guys have like nailed it right from the start of that
Yeah.
evolution of the player coming out. Yeah.
Keep in mind that it was a bronze card to begin with, and it took almost like 7 to 8 Evo chain to get to that iron card. And you definitely cannot begin it right now, even if you want to, since all those bronze evolutions have expired. But this shows how much of a regular grind this game needs. You cannot miss some important evos, because if you miss, you are missing on a crazy card. Because if that card was in the market, it would surely be above 2 to 3 million coins. But all the playstyles, all the stats that you need, you are getting them for maybe a fraction of a price just because you grind the game enough.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the way that you've told me that these Evos expired, I mean, I already knew about it, but hearing it from you after seeing how good the card is kind of heartbreaking, because you've shattered all my hopes of even trying one Evo Link chain. But that's not something I can do anymore. Unfortunately, for the people who are watching, also will not be able to see that happening. But here we go, Shellin now for Aditya. Can he make something out of this? Still has the ball. Plays it to Seger. Zico looks for space, not getting any. One Church has been top notch in terms of his defending as we've started the second half very well. This could be a chance for One Church. Plays a nice through ball. Shellin on the break, cuts inside, goes for a finesse.
Ooh.
That's very unexpected of Shellin. She has finesse plus, and she normally does not miss those chances.
I think this was more on the precision angle there, because she had it on the stronger foot as well, just could not angle it towards the goal. And with the nerf on the first time shot as well. So right from the skill move, a bit of inaccuracy is somewhere down the line expected. But again, at least a chance in the making. And this has been one of those games where the score line, it looks like, will be very narrow. Both the players taking very long to just release the ball ahead. The wingers aren't too much into the play. It's more about the central passes and trying to break down the defense from the center of the park. And this is a playstyle that you don't see often at the bigger stages. Because with the 4-1-1-1, you need to be very precise with those passing lanes, and it has just not been the case till now.
Yeah, it's not been that case for sure. I think one more time, it's been that case where One Church has created that opportunity by sending Shellen on a run. And he has tried to cut inside, but Aditya knew exactly what One Church was doing, and he managed to stop it. Good bit of passing there from One Church. Aditya staying solid over there, bringing back his CMs ever so well, not committing unnecessarily. It looks like a completely different game when you compare it with other games as well, right? I think that's been the case where, you know, just when I say that, Biradi, and that is the goal for Aditya Chadda. Just when I was mentioning how important it was for Aditya to get that goal and for this game to be so defensively poised, and how we saw it in comparison to the last game we saw between CJ and Aditya Tolani, such an open game. Same for Jahan and Karman. This looks like a completely different game that we're watching, and whenever these guys are getting their opportunity, they have to take it, because there are not a lot of chances and a lot of free spaces that
Yeah,
either of them are giving each other.
that is so true. And I think even with this game ends up, does not matter in whose favor, this is a perfect game for what reviewing on how to defense in FC26. Because both the players exactly know how to just play the ball ahead, but at the same time, the passing lanes that they are trying to break, the first touch passes to the striker to the wingers, they are not finding any spaces on that. I think these players have finally cracked the code on how to defense and make sure that you don't concede as many goals in this game.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's so true, actually. I mean, it's the defensive part of this game is the key for both these players. And when they're trying to press up in the midfield as well, you can see how confident they are with their pressing. They're not getting their switching wrong. Here's Shellen one more time. On the wings for Aditya. Can he make the most out of it? He's definitely going to try and cut inside. Great bit of dribbling there. Still manages to keep the ball. Nice luck. Roqueta cancel. Goes for a finesse with Aitana Bonmati. And what a finish that is. Beautiful dribbling there from Shellen. I think that's a masterclass we've seen from Aditya and how he actually attacks. Fantastic goal over there to create that chance for Aitana and to finesse it without any mistakes whatsoever.
Perfectly done. And I think with this 2 goal advantage, in any other game, it would have been pretty narrow. But the way this match is being played with the least amount of opportunities created from both the sides, the 2 goal advantage definitely looks good enough.
Yeah, it really does. I think, I mean, still, as now, I think probably you can say the 2 goals are really important, as what you said in the first particular fixture, Shubhang. I think here is the case where the 2 goals will matter a lot, given how the game has at least went down until the 70th minute in this semi-final first fixture. Mind you, these players are playing for points as well. Shellen once again through for Aditya Chadda. What a save that is from Vicario. Who would have expected that not to go in? Shellen with the finesse plus, just not getting that angle, just not getting enough flight on the ball to be able to get past Vicario.
Now again, Shellen. Cut back inside. Zico can dribble inside, has the opportunity, but oh, Militao just marking the lanes and have a shot. But Vicario, brilliant save. Again, getting closer to scoring one more. Just not getting enough of the spaces. Now back to Pina, and this is the player of the month card, and we have not seen much of her. The Evos and the Winter Wildcards have taken the place instead of the player of the month. But now again, Shellen inside the box, will not miss out on that, and finally getting onto the score sheet. Vanshaj brings down the deficit to just 1 goal.
Yeah, what a fantastic goal that was. Great pass in there to cut inside with Shellen and going for a finesse shot. Just goes to show how much precision and composure you need in those positions. And how do you have to stay calm when you're not getting space to be able to create that space for yourself is what's
Huh?
exactly what these players need. And yeah, Shellin's not going to miss inside the box for sure. I mean, that's a perfect player you would like to have in those situations where you would want. It's almost like the prime Kareem Benzema we used to see during the Real Madrid games as well, just turning and finishing it. That I think Shellin has been that player in FC for all these pros as well ever since that card came out. And yeah, we're on the 83rd minute mark. Very close game still. One shot still on the attack. Can he make something out of this? Pina twisting and turning, looking to find space. Nicely done. So plays a pass to Zico. Great defending over there.
I still believe that both the players, because of the fact that they are running a 4-4-1-1 formation, the game has been pretty much defensively structured. Because in a 4-5-1, you can see more of the runners running through the midfield, and that creates a chaos up front. But this is a game where it is more about controlled aggression more than the chaos, and both the players are happy defending it till now. 3-2 scoreline in FC 26 is a pretty rare sight at the end of almost full time.
Yeah, I think you do realize, Spartus, that this is why I love casting with you. The choice of words is fantastic. Controlled chaos is what we're watching right now, because that is one last chance for this leg. Aitara Bonmati with the shot. Great save there by Vicario once again. And can Aditya extend his lead by 2 goals? Nice head down over there, but Zico was right on point. With that being said, the first leg, sorry, of this semi-finals one has concluded with Aditya being up by 3 goals to 2 against Vanchit Sharma. What a fantastic game we've seen. I mean, as you said, control chaos. I think great choice of words, as I said earlier as well, because both these players just so solid in the back line. Whenever they're getting
Yeah.
that opportunity, they are trying to make the most out of it. All the goals that were scored, I think Aditya had a very good chance as well with Shellin that did not have enough flight on the ball to be able to convert that. That could have been another goal that could have given him a lead of say 2 or 3 goals. Another chance that was created right now by Aitana just did not have the angle. So I think Aditya does seem to have that extra edge with him in terms of the
Uh-huh.
attack. Vanchurch, of course, trying to be as clinical as he can be inside the box whenever he is getting that chance. So pretty evenly poised. I don't think so. We can
Yes.
predict a winner out here, but we would want the chat to, of course, like the stream, subscribe, and support these players because we're putting out a show for you guys and support the EFC community in India. And these guys are, of course, professionals playing at the highest level. And do give your predictions in the chat because I think for me, it is going to be Aditya clutching it. Shubhang, would you like to go otherwise, or are you on the same team as Aditya?
Well, I still believe that one should have a fair amount of chance to make a comeback in this, and just keeping in mind that one goal is separating both the players, but the opportunities are not enough into the game. We just saw Challenger's game where the score line was 11-1 in just one leg, and this time it is just 3-2. So it has been pretty much narrow, but I still believe that the game can go either way. So predicting a winner from the first leg itself is pretty difficult.
Yeah, I mean it's pretty much impossible right now. The deficit is also by 1 goal, and I think one church you cannot count him out. As you guys can see, both the players, of course, in their professional jerseys as well, had a lot of history playing against each other. They know their game through and through. They do a lot of study of their opponents as well. I mean, the way that they play themselves is of course very important, but to know how your opponent plays, and it's good that they're able to adapt against each other. But can one church do the same against an attacking powerhouse like Aditya Chadda because been he's always been known for his attacking prowess every single time that he goes forward. It's not easy to defend a player like Aditya, and Vanchaj has just managed to concede 3 goals if I have to look from that perspective. And coming to Vanchaj's side, I think his attack is really good. He's very controlled and composed on the ball. And I think that's been the case right from the start, ever since Vanchaj became popular in the EAFC and earlier it was called FIFA circuit, where he was very good at those close passing. I think you've also seen one such play in the initial tournaments as well, Spartus. And I think, yeah, both these players just going to be a fantastic affair. My money is still going to be on Aditya, but that's just, of course, I end up doing the commentator's curse as you as well. So we never know what's going to happen. Probably jinxing it for Aditya. He might not like to hear that, but yeah, I think I would still see him going through into the finals.
Well, for sure, one more leg has to be played. The deficit is not big enough from both the teams, from both the players. So, one goal still separating. But let's see how the second leg will play out and which player will be the first one to enter the grand finals at the Stayers YUVA EFC 26. And we are live into the action at the stairs. YUVA EA FC 26 semi-final number 1. The first leg, it is Aditya Chedda who is into the lead but with just one goal into the advantage. Whereas if you talk about Vanshaj, he has been in control, just not able to repeat that score line on the scoreboard.
Yeah, I mean, what a fantastic first leg we witnessed in this semi-finals one of the Stairs YUVA EA FC 26 Season 1 Qualifier 1, where they are competing for a prize pool of 5,000 INR right now. But that is going to be the case for all the 10 qualifiers, which mounts up to 50,000
Yes.
INR of prize pool for online qualifiers, which is quite a decent start for players to look up to as a prize pool and eventually qualify to the top 6 in order to compete for a national prize pool of
Uh-huh.
1 lakh INR that is going to be taking place on the 31st of May in New Delhi. So, long format, over 5 months, and this is where it all starts today. As Spartus at the Shubhank rather said at the start, that this is a monumental day for EFC 26 because it is the first ever domestic ranking system that has been curated within
Yes.
India, which is not a national league, and that all credit goes to the Stairs Foundation for doing this and giving and enabling all these young talents to actually come up at this stage and play at a national level. So, super excited for the second leg to come up. The match will start any minute now as the players are getting ready. And who will be the first finalist between Aditya Chadda and Vanchad Sharma? We cannot wait for that to happen.
Let's see how the match is gonna get played out and if there are some technical changes and tactical changes from both the players. Because the 4-4-1-1 have been pretty much predictable from both the players on how the centre mids were making the runs and how the cam was trying to supply the ball around. But because of that fact, it has been a pretty close matchup. The game previously that we saw was more about reckless running inside the box and so much overcrowding the penalty area that the goals were keep on coming. But now again, as the game begins, time to pound, still in the blue kit, and one shot in the white kit as of now, just trailing by one goal though. Let's see if we can change the course of the game.
Yeah, I mean, it could go either way right now at this point because I think both these players right now are just going to try and understand, settle into the game. An entire leg is in front of them, and the first goal is absolutely going to be crucial for either of them. Just as I said, Epina goes for a shot for one judge, but great save there by Vicario. And Aditya playing from left to right in the same blue kit, one judge as well in the same white kit, attacking from right to left. Great starting to this second leg where he had a chance to get that equalizer, narrowly missing out. And can Aditya capitalize and extend his lead? Because the way that he attacks is very aggressive.
Let's see if that aggression can actually pay off in terms of goals right now. Because it hasn't been the case for both the players. But now back to Zico. Just dribbling the ball a lot into the midfield. No real passing options ahead. Find Shellen back to Hansen. Zico, Pina, now could be a possibility. Twist, turns and finishes on the far post. The player of the month with the gold finesse plus takes a shot and finally finds the equalizer for Akaza. This has been one of those games where you miss one pass and it just founds the back of the net.
Yeah, absolutely. I think great pass over there by one church to build that attack. Same goes for Aditya.
Oh, pen?
Commits there with Beckenbauer, and that is a penalty indeed. And Aditya, very composed over there to turn inside and win that penalty. Can Shellen convert from the 6-yard spot?
Oh, misses.
Save! What a save that is by one church to be able to predict that and not be chasing the game again. Great knockdown there by Zico. Oh my goodness, what a goal that is. There was no space over there, Shubham, for a shot to get through. I don't know how he's managed to do that, but the Brazilian brilliance from one of the most favorite icons in the game, Zico, has managed to convert. What a volley that was. I mean, I did not see any space that going through, but Aditya, of course, missing the penalty, then capitalizing on it. Fantastic.
Just perfect. And corners are, I would say, as deadly as a spot kick in this game. You know the player lock method, you know how to control the ball, and you are good to go. And these professional players have done it repeatedly from so many matches that This is a skill move that they do it pretty much often, and the conversion rate has been good enough too. But now, from the open play, the possession is back with Vanshaj, trying to find some space, sending the players ahead, find Zico back to Pina, an opportunity for Zico to make a run, and Finesse is incoming, and he will find the shot. Another equalizer from Makaza, another equalizer from Vanshaj, and the game is back on level terms.
What a great goal that was, that through ball, that cheeky through ball always, where it's so frustrating when you're defending that somehow the player goes through. And once he opens up or opens a face up in front of the goal, it's just definitely incoming, because the goalkeeper movement, mind you, we haven't spoken about this earlier throughout the stream, in fact, that the goalkeeper movement is super nerfed after the, I think probably a couple of patches earlier, that it's very difficult to stop. If it's 1v1 through, it's mostly going to be a goal
Yes.
unless the goalkeeper manages to make a magical save. So I think, yeah, it's just the way you create that chance, you're almost guaranteeing yourself a goal. Just when I say that, one judge has a chance now with Neto to play a couple of passes. Shellin looks in the mood right now to get another goal. Aaron being extremely patient. Shellin, good pass there. Pina wins the ball, somehow creates that space. So much pressure being put even after losing that ball that Aditya had to be very careful while defending that, and now he's on a counter.
Oh, if the play log was made a tad bit second earlier to Shellin, she would have found the pretty much similar opportunity she had in the first leg itself to find the opener. But yeah, that minute second, the milliseconds timing is what matters the most. And right now, Vanshaj, he is trying to find the space, finds Reinders instead, still with the centre mid, dribbling around the area, but now loses out the possession. And with 3-on-2 players on the centre mid, finds Shellin, and she will be on the edge of the box and finishes it to the far post. As things stands, Aditya Chadda takes the lead yet again.
Yeah, what a brilliant through ball. Once again, it's almost the same patterns again and again going on, but how to time it right, how to like cut inside the box like that and to be able to score a goal is absolutely fantastic indeed. And one more time, none other than Lotta Schellin. What a player she is. The Swedish icon has always been that player who's going to cause you problems from the left wing. We've seen a lot of Schellin more than Kylian Mbappe simply because of the finesse plus that she has. And I think even though she's four-star, what a pass that is! When I was talking about Schellin though, Sophia Wilson, the one we saw for CJ, has been causing a lot of havoc for Aditya as well.
Oh, for sure, man. This card, despite the fact it is very expensive, she is finding a lot of opportunities into the starting 11, and she has been justifying that role as well. Shellin, Wilson, both the players combining pretty well. But now, with the 2-goal deficit, Vanshaj is trying to do something. He's trying to find an equalizer for himself, finds Pina in the process, just turns and will take a low driven from that angle. No issues, just twists like a magnet. No point even for the goalkeeper to attempt for a save, because from that range, Pina, she is not missing that.
Yeah, what a goal that is. I think it's just been back and forth in this game, hasn't it been? Every time Aditya has scored a goal, one should just respond. I think it's happened twice now, but Aditya is still on the lead from the last game. The score line of this game is 2-2, but on the aggregate score, Aditya still leads. He's 6-5, and that's a chance for one shot. Great through ball there. Pina has to be composed, and that driven Trivela is a sight for sore eyes. Every single time you watch that going in, it's a beauty, because the technique in the game is just as beautiful as you can see for the likes of Ricardo Quaresma, if you remember, Shubhang, the way that he used to score those Trivelas,
Yes.
the likes of Luka Modric. I think it's just beautiful to see that fly in.
Oh wow. Back to back attempts for Pina, and 3 in a row for her. Her hat trick already, and Aditya, he's not sure what just happened. He was leading the game 6-4, and then suddenly Claudia Pina just turned the tides of the game. 3 shots, 3 goals converted, and all of them have been pure 1v1s. And It was just about finishing those chances. Got the build-up has been so perfect, and I think Aditya just made tad bit of mistake selecting the centre backs at the very wrong moment. One wrong step,
Yeah.
and he's out of the picture.
Yeah, I mean, it's mesmerizing, isn't it? How the game can turn on its head in the last 2 minutes itself. Like, we barely could recap the last goal that was scored from one church, and he then goes ahead and scores another one. And now he's suddenly in the lead. We were talking about Aditya being in the lead from the previous game. And one church, what a massive comeback. As I said, you can't count them out. I mean, the first leg, I think, was just the trailer of what was going to come in the second leg. Both the players were playing so reserved. Now the game has opened up so much. It's like, again, a complete different game that we're watching in the second leg. And that's exactly what we came here to see as neutrals, because it's just all about attack right now. One judge has to defend that because Aditya was on course to getting the equalizer.
Another player lock corner, and Zico takes the first shot. Vicario, good near post save, but again, playing shot, nah. Goes for a long player lock this time. Cannot win the header though. But now one shot, he has a big opportunity to break it through. Too many players ahead. Finds Pina, finds Aarons. Back to Pina. Player log in the making. Takes his time. Another attempt. Hansen goes back, but Larson on the other side. A good interception and one shot. He could have doubled his lead, but good defending from Aditya.
Yeah, great defending indeed. Now he has to work extra hard in order to get that equalizer. Seger plays it out to Wilson, straight at the goalkeeper. That was the chance to get the equalizer. Still plenty of time left, of course, but a great chance left there. Zico now!
Wow.
And that's the corner routine we were talking about. As you rightly said, it's as good as a spot kick if you can get the technique right. And one more goal from the head down from Zico. It's so frustrating to concede those goals. You literally cannot move your players so soon. And one judge had no clue as to what to do. And we're back level pegging in a fantastic first semi-final, which is 7-7 now.
There's a great score line at this point. 30 more minutes plus stoppage time to be played, and there is no goal separating the players. But now Zico, player logged in, finds the space. The winger is making a run, but that's just a disguise. And this is completely being read by Vanshaj. Good block there, and this is the readability of the game that separate these professional players from, I would say, some regular players. Because he knew that the right mid is making a run. It is not dangerous enough for the pass to be played. Switches to the centre back, cuts down the passing lane, holds on to it, and then Maldini making a perfect save and a block at the very least. This is, I would say, something that everybody can learn from both these players on how to defend the large ditch and control the centre backs perfectly well.
Yeah, I mean, you really can do that. I think Maldini is that player who comes in clutch when he's trying to intercept the last second passes. I mean, I remember playing a competitive game against, say, for example, Charanjot a couple of tournaments ago, and my Maldini was really helping me out against the deadly attack of CJ, and I was able to contain him to, for example, not conceding any goals for one half. And that in itself shows that Maldini was clutch. So I think there's a reason why Maldini is in the game. I mean, we saw even at the start of the first leg between both these players, right, that there were barely any goals going in. And that's simply because players like Maldini are in the team who are able to like stop those attacks. And you really don't have to work that hard. The AI, of course, helps a lot defensively. But just, I mean, there are a lot of other options in the game as well. But I still feel Maldini, being, I think, arguably the greatest centre back of all time, has been that case in FC 26 as well. I think he probably is going to be that player for me. If the Maldini, say the Team of the Year card also comes out, or something, some promo card comes out of Maldini, which is better than his 93 version, I think that's just going to be fantastic. Probably definitely going to be the end game card for me because he's so damn good.
That is so true. Because again, the defensive AI on Maldini is something very different. But also keeping in mind that Vanshaj is using a centre back that nobody else uses. Beckenbauer. I am
Yeah.
not sure when was the last time I saw that card into the pro play. Because he does not have the physicality or the speed, but still he is being used and he has been performing really well for him.
Yeah, I think Beckenbauer, of course, one of the greatest as well, as we see, and that's the reason why these icons have been put into the game for people to experience them and enjoy the way they used to play back in the day and try to like replicate that in the game. That's the entire point of playing virtual football and competing in tournaments like these where you get to try out new cards, which is why it's Ultimate Team. Pina now has a chance to go for a goal, and that is the goal that Vanshaj Sharma needed. 8-7 now, and Pina has been on fire. There's a reason why the name Claudio Pina reverberates across the EFC community in the entire world is because of this player. And she scored like 4 or 5 goals in this game, which is just phenomenal, really.
And it was just all left stick as well. No skill move, nothing, just pure left stick dribble. And Pina, with the control she has on the ball, the position she takes, and then the finishing is top notch at the same time. But now back to Shellen, trying to get some cushion on the board. Score attempt. Oh, heavy touch. Could have been the second one for Vanshaj. Could have taken a 2 goal advantage. Just could not convert it this time around. Now time to pound. He has queued a pause. He needs some substitutes. He needs the players coming in, but the ball has been lost out cheaply. Zico back to Shellen, taking her time. Hasegawa, one of the most underrated centre mids of the game, finds Scott. Loses the ball, and now Aitana. Can she feed the player? She surely can, but Wilson, she needs to wait for the support to come in.
Yeah, well defended there by Vanshaj once again. Made Aditya recycle that attack almost for nothing over there. Very well defended. Now he's on the attack. He can see multiple options there. Zico trying to force that pass. Shellen somehow gets the ball. That could be dangerous now for Aditya to defend. Hasegawa to Zico. Back to Shelling. Twisting and turning, but well stepped up. There's another run going on the wings. That is going to be onside. Estavo, and that's offside. I thought for a second that is going to be onside. I mean, I was counting on it because, of course, another goal would have just, made it super, super interesting for us in this game because Aditya would have then equalized. But then again, I think the kind of players that are there at their disposal, as you can see, I mean, whatever these guys can afford with the in-game coins they have, the packs that they open, and of course the players that they've packed, it's a unique blend of all these different players, and I think that's what makes Ultimate Team also a beautiful concept that started by EA, where you're not using the same players from a club or a country. So I think the different choices in the game here is just fantastic, really, from both the players, because FC26 is not about, if you remember from that time, Hullet and Vieira was in everyone's team a couple of years ago, right? That's not the case anymore, is it?
Yeah. And also keeping in mind that even the likes of Hullet and Vieira, they are the ones who are getting evoed at certain points. So
Yeah.
the game has completely shifted the dynamics from R9 up front to Claudia Pina up front. It has been a crazy journey overall if you have a look about it. But now another new card from Vanshaj, Rodman, is into the play. So there is some special choices that he has made in selecting all the substitute that he has on the bench.
Yeah, he really has. And now what he's exactly doing with Rodman is wasting time, because that's all he has to do to get over the line. He's keeping the ball. That's what the pro players do. And just when I say that, the commentator's curse has come into play. Aditya with a chance. Rafinha, can he make this interesting and take this into extra time? He has to be very careful with what passes he's making. Wilson, nice player log there to Estavo. Goes for a shot. But that is, for a second, I thought that was going to be a penalty there, Shabang. But what a game this has been. 8-7 to Vanshaj. What a way to win it. And I think it's just been a fantastic display of both these players getting those attacks in, and almost we were going to go to extra time had Estavo been able to get that
Yes.
shot away. And I did think it was going to be penalty because it was somewhat blocked, but great game nonetheless. But I think I have a lot of thoughts about this game, and we will talk about it in due course. But what we have in front of us is, as I said earlier, the student versus master, which is going to be the semi-final 2 of the Stairs YUVA EA FC 26 Season 1 Qualifier 1. Jahan Khan versus Charanjot Singh. This is going to be a fantastic matchup indeed.
Oh, for sure, man. This is going to be, I would say, a rematch played at the PlayStation India Cup, where Jahan he had a good fair amount of chance in the first leg, but then second leg he was not able to do much. But in the online phase, the story can be completely different. Although with the performance that CJ has showcased in the second leg of the quarterfinal, he can surely turn the tides all by himself, scoring 11 goals in a single leg. Oh, was pretty nasty. But let's see how the semi-final 2 will be played, how the result will turn out when we'll be return with a very short break. Welcome back, everyone. Right after a very short break to Stairs YUVA EA FC 26 online qualifiers semi-final number 2. This time it is going to be Charanjot taking on Jahan, and the winner of this matchup is going to face Vanshaj into the grand finale.
Sorry, my bad. My mic was off. It's going to be a fantastic affair. This, as I said, and I keep highlighting this. It is the student versus the master, and that is going to be the tagline for this
Yes.
particular game because Jahan has learned most of his pro gameplay, as you would say, or how to play as a pro from Charanjot himself. And I think that just gives Jahan also quite a lot about insight of CJ's gameplay, and CJ, of course, knows everything about Jahan's gameplay. They have previously squared off in a very recent tournament that both of us were casting, and we could see that Charanjot, the way that he played was fantastic. Can Jahan take his revenge now? I think it's all about rivalries as well. I think as much as you respect each other in the community as players, but when you're playing out there, I think it's all about yourself and you want to be each other's rival and to be able to get that win. So I think that's really, really important that happens. So here we go. We are live between the one who knocks and Charanjot 12. The one who knocks playing from left to right in the blue kit, which is Jahan Khan, compare and squaring up against Charanjot Singh, of course, playing from right to left. I think that red kit has always been a danger to square up against in all the tournaments we've seen where Charanjot brings out that Liverpool kit and instills that fear in his opponents.
Like, it is quite a big surprise since he's a Chelsea fan and he does not use his favorite club kit, rather goes for the red one. But this time, Jahan, already from a corner, setting himself for success in the first 5 minutes. Another player log attempt. This time, Militao could not win the header, although could not clear it too out wide. But Shellen back with the ball finds Wilson, and Charanjo taking his time. Usman Dembele on the right flank, making a run, trying to find the spaces. Back to Zico. Strand goes back. Zico, opportunity for a low driven, just could not angle it right.
Yeah, I mean, great attempt there by both the players actually start with. I think the first chance that Jahan had played the pass into Pina, I think he turned the wrong side where he hit, where he took a shot at the goalkeeper and he turned downwards. I think that definitely would have confirmed the goal. CJ, on the other hand, of course, creating that nice chance, but the angle was too tough for that to go in. So I think it's gonna be a close affair between the both of them. The way Jahan played against Tikka, if he continues to play the same way, I think the goals that he scored at least could outscore the goals of Charanjot.
Well, let's see if that's the case. Well, right now, Zico back to Konohoglu. Ping pass plus, something that you don't see players using it much often. Trying to just have other play styles, especially the intercept for the central CM. But Konohoglu have a different one, and oh, this is sheer misfortune on the side of Jahan. Charanjot, a few rebounds going in his favor, and makes no mistake to score the opener.
Yeah, I mean, what a goal that was to be composed. But then again, quite a lot of luck as well. Jahan will feel hard done by the ball, almost like bouncing back to Charanjot over there. But that, as I said, the reason why it's a good goal is because CJ is able to press his opponents right when they win it back in and
Yes.
around the box. And that takes a lot of skill. But that happens in football as well. So you can't always say that's a lucky bounce back. It is all about putting that pressure on. Jahan, on the other hand, now has a chance from Kylian Mbappe, quite audacious
Imagine.
to attempt that. Yeah, imagine, honestly, that could have been a fantastic goal indeed, but the angle was too tight. Kudos to John, though, to attempt that because he had no other option over there. We would have been very predictable if he was to cut inside. But that being said, CJ with Shellin tries to force that pass into, but Valverde was right there. Talking about Valverde, though, I think he's one of my favorite right backs, one of my favorite players as well in real life. His recent goal in the derby as well, if you saw that, I think it was fantastic. And maybe a free kick like that, and we can expect Valverde to, pop one in from long range. Who knows? But just when we say that, CJ has a chance. Larson, quick bit of passing. Shellin! And that's why she's in everyone's team that I've seen, apart from I think Jahan's only. Everyone's been using Lotta Schellin for a reason. She's so clinical, and that's all you need when you're inside the box. The player you can trust, she will almost finish every opportunity that is presented to her.
Oh, for sure. And the physicality she has to take on the defender, shoulder off the players, keep the possession with her, and at the same time, the play style, especially with the tiki taka. That's something that is lacking on majority of the wingers in this game, especially with the likes of Kylian Mbappe, who is fast, can finish, but the play styles aren't just there. And Lotta Schellin has taken the left mid position for the majority of the players at this point, and she is justifying that role pretty well. But now again, Jahan trying to build something back to Stam, easily intercepted there. And Jahan, I think, needs to be a bit more imaginative in the final third, because these straight on passes might work against other opponents, but not gonna work against Charanjot.
Yeah, it might not work against Charanjot because the way that he defends is also pretty aggressive. You can't always play the same patterns, and that's exactly what he needs to do. Great passing over there. CJ is so fast when he's building up, right? There's a reason why he scored so many goals in all these tournaments as well. It's very difficult to defend those, and probably the best scenario for you to beat a player like CJ is to be able to outscore them. Jahan is definitely capable of doing that, but he cannot be playing the same patterns that he probably tried against Tikka, because CJ is well versed with those patterns of Jahan. As I said earlier as well, he has been taught how to play competitively. Again, a great pass.
Wow.
Strand is on side, and that is the incisive pass, quite literally, that you need from your players to cut through both the centre backs. And that's a dream start for Charanjot. Business as usual for the man who's representing godlike esports so proudly and has been super consistent. Can Jahan get at least one back and stop CJ from absolutely creating a havoc here? What a game.
Just beautiful football from the side of Charanjot at this point. And the fact that I just want to know the Evo of Strand as well, because this centre mid, he's making a nuisance in the midfield. He's everywhere, from intercepting the ball to setting up the wingers to finding the striker there and then making a run all by himself. A centre mid who is not being used by anybody else other than CJ has been one of the best performing players on the pitch.
Yeah, it really has been. Just when we say on the stroke of half time, Schellin
Wow,
with a finesse
Schellin.
shot. One more time. That's when he gets up, and yeah, that's a cheeky smile on CJ's face. It's like, yeah, that's business of usual. Schellin, thank you so much for that. I will take it, because every single time he tries to cut back inside from the wings, and Schellin, all that you need is that diagonal angle to be created over there. And I'm pretty sure, I think CJ's opponents, with utmost respect to them, I think it must haunt them sometimes in their sleep when they're recalling their game, as well as to why did they lose to a player like CJ. It's that diagonal angle. The minute it's a ball roll from Schellin, you know what's coming. It's like one of those dreams, Shubhank, where you know the minute the ball hits the net, you wake up and you're like, oh my god, Schellin, you are the one who's causing me problems. And I think we have now shortlisted a few players who are actually pretty good. And for a lot of people watching as well, they know that these are the cards that they have to be very careful about, or probably get them in their team as well, which is the likes of Pina, Wilson, Schellin, and of course quite a lot of other players as well. Zico is not everyone can afford that. At least two out of the three players are SPCs, and Pina, as you said, you can Evo that, you can get the Winter Wildcard version of it. You can, get the Timo Day version for it if you're lucky enough. But one more Roulé. Oh my god, what a goal that is. 5-0. That advanced Roulé. Shubhang, take me through that. What is this skill move that these pros are so good at?
For the input, it is, I would say, one of the most difficult skill moves to incorporate into the game, since it requires
Yeah.
the L2 plus R1 and then going for the spin. And doing
Yeah.
that so perfectly well, time and time again, it is one of the most, I would say, difficult skill moves to pull in situations like these. But if you are able to do so, You are able to create such beautiful angles, and there is nobody stopping that. And again, Charanjot, maybe he does not need it again, because Strand just makes a run on the flank, find the space, low driven finish to the far post, and the goalkeeper is just made a spectator now. 6-0 against Jahan.
Madness indeed. I mean, the way CJ keeps playing is almost amazing. Everyone watching every single time. The way that he attacks is so mesmerizing. Super fast, quick turns inside the box, great bit of ball roll over there as well in a lot of situations. Advanced roules, quick passes, and that's it. He's in. Like, it's very difficult to stop him. And it's 6 goals in the first leg itself. Like, it's almost taken the life out of Jahan at this point of time, unless he's manages to get a couple of goals back in this leg. This looks like a very, very long second leg coming up for him. He has to get a couple of goals back and show as to why was he in the semi-finals in the first place. Like, to be able to beat a player like Tikka, you need a lot of attacking prowess in your game, and we have not seen that in this game, have we?
Oh, yes. But I think this is uh, almost like a playstyle difference between both the players at this point. Jahan is trying to run a 4-5-1, and the 4-5-1 has pretty set amount of patterns into the game, where you try to find the striker and the left mid or the right mid is already making a run, and you have to just time and angle the pass right. But when you are playing someone like Charanjot, he already knows what's coming. He's already blocking the pass to the striker. And even if you find the pass to the striker, he's already switched to the fullback who is marking the run on the flank. So the type of patterns that Jahan is accomplished with, is accustomed to, he's unable to find those, and the opportunity on attack is just not coming in.
Yeah, it's really not. I think that's the case with, CJ as well. That's a chance for Jahan, though. That could have been very crucial. And as you rightly said, like, the way CJ creates these chances is incredible indeed. And I think it's difficult to stop them as well at times, because how many switches are you going to make at one point of time? And that's where CJ is so good at, like, after playing against the likes of, all these Europeans and Middle East players and South American players, North American
Yes.
players, the experience that he's gained, which is what his opponents in India as well get to learn a lot. Like, the way he's just so composed, breaks the midfield line, then builds that play up, and then breaks the defensive line. So a lot of technical analysis goes into CJ's play. Look at those turns, extra passes. It's fantastic. And yeah, I mean, it's a nightmare to defend against CJ. All you can do is outscore, and Jahan seems in a very difficult spot to do that. It's not that he hasn't tried, but CJ not giving any sort of space through the center. It's almost impossible to do that. One more chance there for Charanjot. Good defending there by Jahan.
Now again, losing out the possession. But see, these passes are something that by the end of 70 minutes, you need to know that they are not going to work out. You try a first time pass, that too off the ground, is not going to find the winger that you are trying to find. Now Kanahoglu has the
Yep.
ball back. Now you need to hold the ball a little longer, try to get the space in the final third rather than hoping to find the space. Setting the players ahead and then play locking them into the right spaces. Finally keeping the ball a little longer, and now he has the opportunity for a cutback, and this time it is just slightly offside. But this is something that you can rinse and repeat, and when the player is in a perfect spot, these are the spaces that you can exploit.
Yeah, I mean, that was a very good attack that was created by Jahan. I think we've seen this from time to time from, him trying to create those chances, but CJ was smart enough to step up his players. That's another chance. Pina, finally can she get that goal? Great rush out from Courtois. CJ had to make sure that he steps out with his goalkeeper. I think CJ is on a mission to not even let Jahan score one goal, which is very difficult in FC 26. Like, how many scorelines have we seen over 2 legs where there's not even been one goal scored? So I would really want Jahan to at least get one back to gain some confidence in this game. There's another chance for CJ. Looks for the extra pass. Dembele probably could have taken a touch over there. Just went with the flow. Ever so aggressive CJ, the way that he plays.
Uh, but now again, losing out from the corner. Jahan has the ball. Pina finds Smith. driving forward. That's also the SBC striker, by the way. A good striker, but without the passing play styles. So the build up from Smith cannot be expected much. But now she finds Neto, who's driving inside, but Jabstam, always so ever present, cuts off the passing lane, wins the ball back for Strand. And now Charanjot, before making any pass, he makes sure that the passing lane is not blocked. And these accuracy on the passes, it was setting him apart from every other player.
Yeah, absolutely. The quick passes that he makes all the time, the accuracy, as you rightly said, just so it's almost like ping pong into the feet of the players. As the ball was a magnet for them. Shellin, great chance over there. Haven't seen the left foot being used in a while with Shellin trying to go across the goal. If you remember, John had scored a goal against Tikka across the goal from Kylian Mbappe with the left foot. Most of them, because of the finesse plus being so overpowered in this edition of FC, that it's almost every player is looking for that. Kylian Mbappe now. Can John get that? Again, close down. Last attack of this game, probably, where CJ gets the ball with Aaron. He's going to run straight through, bodies away nicely, but Mohamed Ashwell wasn't conceding that on the near post. That's why you love Aaron so much, right? He's just that bronze Evo, which has changed the game for a lot of pros as well. Such a good card, such a beautiful Evo chain. And I think that is going to be Jahan's last attack in this game. Can he make something out of this? Kylian Mbappe cuts inside, looks for a pass, goes for a shot. That is also blocked. And with that being said, 6-0 Shubhank. What a performance from Charanjot.
A clean sheet in the first leg is the biggest surprise for me. Charanjot coming out on top, getting the victory in his favor, is something that he has done in the past and will do so in the future games as well. But the fact that he kept a clean sheet against Jan is a big surprise. 9 goals were
Yeah, I
scored
mean,
by him against Karman Singh Tikka and then not able to score a single one. It speaks volumes on how the different of a game has been played by him in this particular matchup.
yeah, I mean, that's exactly what even I was wondering, that he scored 9 against Tikka, and to not be able to score even single one in the entire leg is of course concerning for Jahan, and he has a monument to climb now. I mean, do you really think he's going to make a comeback from 6-0 at this point?
It is very unlikely. Like you just not need to score 7 goals or maybe 6 even for the equalizer, but also you need to make sure that Charanjot did not score more goals in the second leg itself. So that is something that is very unlikely to occur. Charanjot has just dominated his first leg, and it looks like the second leg will result in a similar fashion. But what I want to see is Jahan improving his attacking side of things, because he has been pretty much predictable, especially from Charanjot's end. He knows when to just switch to the fullback and block that passing lane that is going to the winger. And Jahan has been pretty much repetitive in that case. And I just want him to try something different, be more imaginative, and at least get a close matchup in the mix.
Yeah, absolutely. As you rightly said, he has to be more imaginative, he has to be more creative, he has to be more aggressive, find those little pocket of spaces that he can in order to get his chances through. And as you can see, like the first leg has concluded and the second leg is still up for grabs in the semi-final 2 of the Stairs UVA EA FC Season 1 Qualifier 1. Just like to thank once again Stairs for making this happen. Stairs Foundation, of course, they are empowering the youth. They have been there since a very long time. It is a national sports promotional organization which has given an opportunity to DSM and for ZTM. I have to thank them for their community support. Couldn't have been possible without them. And yeah, I think it's just fantastic what we've all been able to put it out there for all these players, which is why this point system that is there. Shubhank, if you could take our viewers one more time through this as to how the point system are allocated, because I think the points are evenly based out, and that will amount up very nicely at the end of all qualifiers.
Oh, yes. So if you are making it to the top four, you are making sure that you get at least 45 points, that is into the semifinals. 45 points are secured from your end. Then upping that place from there, 55 points on third place, 80 points for the second place, and 105 if you come out a winner from every qualifier. So that is something that you need to keep in mind, that this is going to be played for the 10 qualifiers overall. So it does not matter if you win one, but then if you are not able to perform on the similar level in the next 9 qualifiers, your rankings is going to drop down, because this system rewards consistency more than anything.
Yeah, it really does. And that's what you need to focus on if you are participating in this. And if you haven't registered and if you're wondering what to do, make sure to follow Stairs NGO Stairs on Instagram. You can follow Diksha Sports on Instagram and find out all the information about the second qualifier that is going to be happening on the 25th. We will be sharing the schedule as well on, it's already there on the social media platforms. You guys can check it out. And of course, do subscribe to the Stairs page on the Stairs channel on YouTube for you to get all the updates for live streams, as we're going to be doing live stream from quarterfinal onwards for every single qualifier to bring you all the action that these guys play on a regular basis for this entire course of 5 months. And of course, the second leg between both these players, now coming back to it, Shubhang, do you think that the impossible can happen? Do you really think any player, not just Jahan, can make a comeback from 6-0, and that can give us quite a moment where it could turn around and get back into the mix against a player like CJ?
Well, witnessing the FC Pro scene internationally, there have been players who have made some crazy comebacks. 7-0 down, goes into the second leg, gets 8 goal advantage, and into the overtime and everything. But all that being replicated in an opponent who is not only India's best, but also the winner of South Asian qualifiers. Defeating Charanjot with that comeback, and I really don't think so. If there was anybody else, there could have been another possibility of a game into the play. Maybe just if your opponent can do it, you can also do it. But doing that against Charanjot, someone who taught you how to play FC, is very much unlikely from here on. So, as things stand, this is looking like the grand final is going to be played by Charanjot and Vanshaj at the very end.
Yeah, I think from the likes of it, that is going to be the case because Vanshaj fought so well against Aditya. What a back and forth game that was. Those three goals back to back coming in. I think that could be the case for John as well. Who knows? I mean, if he gets, say, a couple of goals in the first half, that could change the game on its head. But as realistic as we have to be, it's going to be very, very difficult for Jahan to still manage to do that. But he's not a quitter. He's someone that who doesn't give up. He's very confident about himself, and I think he's that player who's always ready to fight and to learn from all these pros that have been playing for the longest time. And Charanjot, with the experience that he brings in, I think he should be comfortable in the second half, but we'll just have to wait to see what happens in this game. So I think, yeah, it's going to be a fantastic affair, and yeah, I think we're ready to go live with the game now with the second leg coming up. We don't want you guys to keep waiting as well because right after this, it's going to be the grand finale, which most of the people have been waiting for. That who is going to be winning the first qualifier and stacking up 105 points, which will count for a lot, Shubhang, going forward. And having that big
Uh huh.
advantage will definitely help you because there are 9 other qualifiers left. It is quite a lot of qualifiers from which you can earn points. And I think the there is a possibility, right, in total that if one player manages to win quite a lot, like mathematically at least, to rank up 1,000 points, which is going to be crazy. I think that number in terms of the point system will be interesting to see. Um, what can happen in that aspect.
Well, and we surely have contenders already for that big feat. Since Charanjot, he is already in the top two, and then he's going to face Vanshaj. The result of that matter definitely will be a pretty close one overall, since Vanshaj is someone who has defended the game really well, and Charanjot has been pretty good in the attack. So that will be a thing to witness on how the match will be played. But yeah, the 1,000 point marker is surely achievable, and if that happens, imagine winning 10 of the 10 qualifiers. how big of a achievement that would have been.
Yeah, that'll be fantastic. And I think I only see one man. Again, no disrespect to the other top players. CJ's consistency has proved that he could actually be the one winning all the qualifiers. But who knows? That's what real consistency looks like. That's the reason why we're doing this. That's the reason why Stairs, with this initiative, is trying to empower the youth for all the new players to come up and challenge all these existing pros. And we saw Aditya Tolani giving a like technically CJ has lost one leg of FC in this tournament, and that was Aditya Tolani. And as we see for like even a player like Jahan as well, who's become a familiar name, he's still yet to win a big national level tournament. So yeah, all these players are coming up. We hope to see quite a few more players. I'm aware of very young players, 14, 15-year-old players who've have been wanting to compete at the highest level. They are very good in the game. So I think as we go along these tournaments, we'll see more of them. Yeah.
Well, that is
So
true. The upcoming talents is something that we are looking out for through the competition since it's in the name, Yuva. We are looking for more players, amateur players, giving them a platform here. But now, as things stands, we are finally into the second leg of this semi-final. And right now, Charanjot, he has the 6 goal advantage to his side. And Jahan in the blue kit trying to at least get the match closer. And if he can find success with the first attempt, things could have been different. But Jabstam makes no mistake.
yeah, I mean CJ confident as ever to be able to stop that chance from John. He's trying everything in order to break CJ's defense. I think probably if he was to use the wings a bit more, he would be able to get uh some sort of space when he's trying to do the horseshoe method, as we say, to try and rotate the ball around the box and to be able to create that chance. But that's not been able to case still because CJ has been phenomenal in defending. Here's another chance for Usman Dembele and Mohamed Ashwil. That deflector play style is fantastic. The way the goalkeepers parry the ball away is crazy. I mean, it almost looks like they've generated more power than the shot. But here comes Zico with a chance. Just not able to find that angle to create that chance and get the goal.
But now again, back to Zico. Finds Dembele and he has some good dribbling on him. Goes back to Zico. There is not enough passing opportunities inside the box. Finds Larson to Murillo. The centre backs trying to set up Wilson for success. Back to Zico. Wilson trying to just tiki taka around the box, but finally Eder Militao stepping up. And now Kylian Mbappe just driving ahead, gets the ball back to Kanahoglu, back to Pina. And now Kylian Mbappe here again, trying to find the space, but might be called offside there. But nah, Kanahoglu, yeah, he's off. Just a delayed pass, stealing of the possession.
Yeah, again, John, as we can see, constantly trying to break through CJ's defense. But here he is once again, Osman Dembele. Can he convert this chance? Still keeps going. But who else but Paolo Maldini? What a player he is. I mean, I personally have always idealized Maldini growing up, to be very honest with you. And I think that just shows the way that he is in the game as well. And just fantastic to see all these icons in the game as well. Just when I say that, Kevin De Bruyne now for Jahan, oof,
Wow.
almost nutmegged him. That was crazy. At least I think that should be the highlight of these two particular legs that KDB did a nutmeg. Always nice to see that in the game. Here's a chance for Kylian Mbappe. Still managed to stop it. CJ is just not letting any chance in whatsoever.
But I think Jahan has definitely improved in this very particular leg. He's keeping the ball a little bit longer and finding some space. Now Kylian Mbappe should be able to finish that. Took a second longer to release the shot. Could have played it on the first time as well. And Kylian Mbappe, with the type of player he is into the game, he would have finished it. But delaying that shot, trying to create some extra angle, CJ got the timing with Larson to just intercept it back. And now he is on to the break and just look at that. Four style skill moves, does not even matter. Turns around perfectly and sending Valverde to the wrong side. And Shellen yet again gets on the scoreboard.
Yeah, that pretty basic skill move, as you saw that, but looks so nice to the eye when you're able to execute it properly. And I think it's just a simple body fake over there. Beautiful stuff indeed, as we see it in slow motion almost. And the way Shellen finishes, even with the left foot, is crazy. And that's a long pause cued by Jahan. I think he's trying to make some changes, trying to figure out what exactly can be done in terms of how the attack is going to go about everything. But then again, I think he has to change up tactics. I think it's exactly what I was saying earlier as well. He has to change up his tactics. He needs to find that space, has to do something. That pause has to mean for something.
Let's see if it brings any change to the scoreline. But again, just holding on to the ball and losing it out. And now CJ back to Zico. Now back to Wilson, and now Larson trying a first time pass. Could not make it happen, and the offside trap has been perfect as well from Charanjot. Loses the ball, instantly goes for the offside trap, and caught Jahan completely off guard. But now Shellen
Yeah.
has the ball, loses out to Conor Hoglu. But this is the physicality that we were talking about. This enforcer play style. It has been buffed in the recent patch, and Shellen is using it to perfection. And now, because of that very particular movement, sets Wilson up for success. Eighth one for Charanjot into the game.
Yeah, incredible indeed. Just when you were talking about Enforcer, the way it was almost like they were hugging each other and walking one direction because none of them was letting the ball go away. But Shellin managed to muscle out John's player over there and to be able to play that pass inside and get the eighth goal. It just goes to show that CJ is so well versed with all the in-game mechanics that are available, is including how to shield the ball. Wilson again on her way, tries to play a pass and
Wow.
beautiful attempt. I thought really that was in. I really thought that he's going to play out the pass to Shellin over there and use Strand as a dummy runner, but somehow the ball went through. And interesting player as well, Strand. I mean, I'm using Michael Essien, for example, in my team. I personally love him. What a player. But I think just Strand just looks one of those players who's even better. Or maybe CJ does make look every player better in the game. Who knows?
I think the later is the answer for that. You give him a bronze team and he will still find success with this. Although this time choosing passing in the final third instead of finish because it was a pretty open chance from there. But for Charanjot, the scoreline does not even matter at this point. It is already 8-0 in his favor with just one more half to be played. Jahan, despite the fact he played three halves, is yet to find the back of the net.
Yeah, still trying to navigate his way through, just not getting any chance. And with this second leg in the second semi-final of the stairs, YUVA EA FC 26, Charanjot is dominating. The first half about to conclude, one more goal about to come, and Usman Dembele is not going to miss that. 9-0 in 1.5 legs, and one more half left to play. I think Jahan, at this point, to be very honest with you, is just waiting for this misery to end.
Oh, for sure. This is just more than a nightmare for him at this point. Having the opportunity to talk to him earlier, and he was pretty confident with his games and on how to build up the game and how to just ward review himself to be a better player. But at this stage, it looks like that everything is completely blown out for him. All the stats, tactics, and in-game mechanics, none of them is working for him, and going goalless in three halves is not a sight that you want to see.
Yeah, you really don't want to see that. I mean, I think absolutely. I mean, I agree with you. You have to get at least one goal to have some confidence that I did something positive in the game. And he has created chances. I mean, it's not that he hasn't created chances. He's just not able to, like, get past that Stam once again. Like every time he tries to play a first time through ball, Stam just bullies the player away. One more chance for him, exactly stepping up. CJ is very good at being that aggressive player who likes to step up as well. If you focus very carefully to all the people who are watching as well, that the way he steps up his players is quite incredible because he's just constantly, and there's another through ball, and yeah,
Ouch.
that just goes to show the frustration from this game, and that is definitely going to be a red card for Valverde. So he exits the pitch, and one more chance for CJ. and takes it into double digits. So here we go with the double digits again, and that's actually Valverde not going off the pitch. How is that a yellow card?
I'm not sure about the referee's logic in this game at all. Despite the fact that they always say they buffed it up, but a slight tackle from the back in the penalty area, not getting a red card is mind boggling for me. But hey, it works out if it works out, and was not affect the game at all for Charanjot. 10 and 0 into the
Yeah.
game, and this is just perfect from him. And the fact that he still yet to concede a goal, it is even crazier to think about it. Keeping clean sheet in FC26 is the biggest flex ever, and Charanjot, he is just now toying with Jahan at this point. Not only beating the keeper, but beating the entire line of defense twice in the same line of attack. It is just magical.
It really is. I think the way CJ just shows the confidence to be able to play those extra passes. Again, Wilson is through all that pace, but Maldini, as I said, no matter what the scoreline is, Maldini is going to be my GOAT at least ever. So brilliant when it comes to defending. But I think I would like to highlight this at this point that even though it's not been Jahan's day, he is one of those players who will keep fighting and he will not give up because I think he is coming up the ranks. He's proven himself quite a lot. He's done really well for himself in order to like qualify for events and make something out of it. So I think he will slowly and steadily get there. I think it's sometimes to be able to win tournaments, you need to like sort of lose as well to learn a lot. And as we've also spoken about a lot of times, Shubhang, that you don't lose, you only learn. So I think that is going to be the case for Jahan as well, despite what the scoreline is. And CJ, of course, business as usual. He is going to aim. Could be Jahan's first goal indeed, but that's offside.
67 minutes into the game, 11 and 0 for Charanjot. And now Jahan, he's trying to build up, finds Smith. He has switched to a 4-4-2, and despite being the most attacking formation, he is yet to find a goal. But finally, Pedro Neto takes a shot on target, but Courtois making a brilliant save. Now back to De Bruyne. Conor Hoglu finds a pass. De Bruyne clean Mbappe, getting dispossessed by none other than Lotte Schellin. Not only scoring those goals, but also paying off her defensive duties.
Yeah, Shellin has been the star woman of this game. And it's something that I think we're going to be talking about more and more as we go along, at least for the next, I would say, next couple of months. She's going to be that player who will be the talking point in the Stairs UA EFC 26 qualifiers that we're going to be having, at least on the live streams. And otherwise, she is going to be that player who's going to be pretty popular. Jahan trying to press CJ really hard, but look at his composure. It's like he's so adapted to the sticks, right? I mean, look at those passing, those patterns. Once again, Dembele is through. Easy finesse shot going in, but Mamadash quite close enough to stop that. 75th minute mark, comfortable for CJ. Probably he's just getting his hands up, hands warmed up rather for the final against One Church.
Oh, that is true. Because that will be definitely a different matchup overall. Right now, it is just Zico just scoring the goal left, right, and center. Another 6 goal scored consecutively in the second leg. 6 and 0, 6 and 0. And all I want to see is Jahan at least getting one on the scoreboard because clean sheets in back to back 2 legs is something that nobody can ever expect. Even the best players on the global stage have not gotten something like this ever. But at this point, it looks like that Jahan will end goalless in this semi-final.
Yeah, which is crazy over 2 legs, right? Not being able to get like even a single goal in 2 legs is obviously something you really have to look back upon if you want to improve. And CJ trying to get another one, but not managing to do so. He's already scored enough. I mean, he's just trying out, I think, new passing patterns. He's just probably seeing out the game. Commiserations to One Shudge. And massive respect for him to at least play the game for the stream for us to keep watching this because, as you're quite aware of it, Shubhang, that most of the players end up rage quitting in tournaments where they are, they know that the game is lost out of their hands. But John is still playing. still playing to learn, tries to go for a tackle, but Wilson will just not stop. And a beautiful finish makes it 13-0. That is a score line that is quite unique because no goals being scored and 13 goals on the other side. I
Yes.
think, yeah, it's a tough loss to take indeed.
Well, this is something that hurts your confidence as a player overall. Because once you play the game regularly with other players, you are like, yeah, I'm at least decent enough at the game. And then you come up against a player like Charanjot, who's just toying with you at this point. 13 and 0 already. Last 1 minute to be played. Still not giving away the possession. And this dribbling, these passing, the confidence on the back, it is just a thing of beauty. And with that being said, the semi-final number 2 comes to an end. Charanjot 13 and nil scored by Jahan.
Yeah, fantastic. Fantastic. I mean, just, I'm at a loss of words with how CJ has been good. I think we've spoken quite a lot about him, how good he's been. And I think it just goes to show that that performance is a statement that he wants to be the number one player in this tournament as well, and he wants to claim the national championship at the end of it, and just to show that he is that youth that we are promoting here in this tournament, in a way that to
Yes.
carry the flag forward for India in bigger tournaments and to be able to like carve a path for other players as well, because if they're not able to beat Charanjot, how will the entire ecosystem will improve, right? So I think that's that we're going to see in the finals. Of course, I mean there's still a finals pending, so let's not get ahead of ourselves. But he's just shown time and again how consistent this player has been. And 13-0 or an aggregate in a semi-final against an upcoming player like Jahan is quite a statement.
For sure. And despite the fact that we are talking about Jahan because he is just 21 years of age, not to forget that Charanjot is just 1 year older to him. He is 22 at maximum, I believe, at this point. And the amount of experience he already has at that age, it is impeccable. One of the only players to represent, not only represent, but also securing victories at the global stage at the Esports World Cup, making sure that he goes hand in hand with the best players around the globe. It is just class performance from him. And since then, he has not taken a dip. South Asian winner in the FC Pro ladder recently, doing everything so well, and consistency being in his name. It is something that everybody needs to learn from him.
They really have to. And I think, with that being said, I think what we have is a fantastic final ahead of us, because it is going to be
Yes.
none other than Vanshad Sharma that he's going to be playing against. And after that 13-0 scoreline, I think CJ will be quite determined to get this title home. And what he needs
Uh
to
huh.
do is basically, like, he's basically facing a player who's very versatile, Vanshad, solid defensively. Certainly going to be a different game altogether. So, but we cannot wait. We cannot wait for these players to kick off the finals, and we're going to be bringing that action to you right away as we come down to the business end of the stairs. YUVA EA FC Season 1 Qualifier 1. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, everyone, right after a very short break to the grand finals now at the stairs YUVA EA FC 26. It is time for Charanjot versus Vanshaj, and the winner will take away not only the massive prize pool but also 105 points to kick off the season.
Yeah, I think we're at the business end of this qualifier one. As we said, that there is a 5,000 prize pool up for grabs for the players in every qualifier, that into 10 qualifiers. And as you said, whoever wins this will be taking 105 points on the ranking system that has been put out very well so for the next 5 months. And it's an opportunity for players like Jahan, for example, maybe had an off day where he could not even score one goal over two legs as we saw in the semis, but for him to come back into this and for new players to participate. But just as when we say that, we are here for the finals between Charanjot Singh versus Vanshaj Sharma. I think this just has to be a name change over there. It is actually Vanshaj that is playing the finals. So yeah, we cannot wait for this to
Yes.
start. And I think Shubhank, I'm super excited. What is your prediction though for this one?
Well, it has to be the game for Charanjot overall. But again, we just cannot count out Vanshaj because he has been pretty phenomenal as well. But also, this is going to be a single leg finale. It is 9 minutes per half now, no double leg, just one leg to settle the scoreline.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting case as well for the finals, and I think most likely that is going to be the case for all the matches because, of course, it is the actual competitive mode in which you have to play in all these pro tournaments as well. Just for everyone to participate who does
Yes.
not have a competitive mode, we enable the friendlies mode over two legs. So yeah, just as we say that, Charanjot with a chance tries to create that chance, but yeah, very well defended there by one judge.
And now again, just trying to building up from side to side. Great bit of passing there. Now Pina almost setting herself for success. Last ditch defending from Hendricks. Wins it back to Furlan Mendy. Losing out the possession to Neto, back to Ryan Deers, and now Hansen Aaron to Zico. Building up to Pina. Hansen Aaron. Good dribbling, good composure to keep the ball, not mistiming any passes. Finds Ryan inside the box, trying a finesse. Has been blocked off by Mendy. A left back playing almost centrally to block that shot off.
Yeah, it's a positive start from one judge indeed because he's trying to, find loopholes in CJ's defense after watching that game against one judge. I'm pretty sure he must have thought about something. That's when we say that. Charanjot, what a pass that is to cut through the entire defense and start off with a goal. Zico, out of all the people, of course, Brazilian magic, cuts through that very nicely and scores that goal. Beautiful start for CJ in this one legged final being played over 9 minutes. Plenty of time, of course, for Vanchers to come back into this game. Just when you say that, great attempt there to create that chance.
Back to Strand for CJ. Zico to Dembele, keeping the possession, and Carreras making no mistake there, just intercepting the ball perfectly well. But now back to Lotte Schellen. Finds Carreras, goes back and just keeping the possession for quite some time. And now just twisting, turning, finding the spaces. Gets to Hansen Aaron. Back to the space. Finds Beckenbauer. Aaron again. To Zico. a quite long session of possession from side of Vanshaj, and he's still not able to set himself for success and almost losing the possession. But Hansen Aaron doing it pretty phenomenally well. Still has the ball back to Pina, but Jab Stam, the last boss there, steals away the ball, gives it to Charanjot, and now going for a counter.
Yeah, I think that's the case with CJ. One more chance, and that is it. That's the second goal he was looking for. The moment you said he's taking so much of time because he was not able to find any space, Tam intercepting it, and CJ putting so much of pressure on one church defensively, not finding any space whatsoever. CJ, on the other hand, makes two passes and is able to open up the defense. The contrary play style of both these players. Again, see Stam being that rock solid guy behind. Even though one judge is pressing hard, he's not getting any space. Look at CJ's pressing. He's constantly doing the second man pressing. And look at the gap. When CJ is attacking, it's almost like the entire pitch is open for him. One judge, on the other hand, is not able to do that. It's fantastic, really, how CJ scored two quick fire goals. And one judge, despite keeping so much of possession, is not able to create a single concrete chance until this point.
Oh, that is so true. But more than that, it is Charanjot defensive duties at the back line. Just look at it. Perfect switch to Larson, not shaking the back lines, making sure that Hendricks and Stam remain in their position to block any forward pass, and then Larson coming from the midfield to intercept that ball back. These timing of the switches, these timing of the passes have been perfect, and now again stealing the ball almost high up front could have given CJ the third goal advantage. Not as of now, but again just losing it slowly there, and I think there is some issues at the end, and yeah, the, looks like we have met a technical issue from both sides.
Yeah, I think there's been some issue in the game. That'll be sorted. Happens. Of course, the players with the competitive mode that is there, they will be able to restart the game from the point where they left off.
Yes.
So, but yeah, nonetheless, great start for CJ. I think he's that player who's going to take this game by the scruff of its neck because he really wants to win this particular qualifier.
No, that is so true. And again, the defensive duties that we were talking about earlier, Vanshaj has pretty much done his job against Aditya. It was a very close margin of game until the second leg happened where both the players just decided to go all in attack. But Charanjot, if you look at his play style, he's yet to concede a goal and he is playing the fifth half till now. Two legs against Jahan, zero goals conceded. Now against Vanshaj, who has been pretty good in attack as well, is yet to find a proper shot on target.
Yeah, I mean, he's just trying to keep so much of possession. That entire possession spell you were talking about, that he has kept so much of the ball, and then he was not able to find any space whatsoever behind Charanjot's backline. And then the minute he counters, he's able to find that space and he's able to create a chance for himself. He's created like three chances already. Even that Dembele finesse could have gone in. So yeah, CJ looks very confident. Of course, we're going
Uh-huh.
to be resuming to that. But I think maybe in the meantime, we can just look at how how the points table sort of work once again, because these are the two players that will be getting the points table. So if we can have the points table graphic being produced in front of us where we can talk about it, I think that will just explain to all the viewers that are here watching the finals until this technical issue is sorted, where how we can you can as players get to that point where even if you finish a certain stage in the tournament, be it say around 16, be it say the top even top 32 quarterfinals, you will be getting significant amount of points that will be added to your tally, and you can always make up for
Yes.
it in that particular qualifier. So I think the consistency is going to be key, and that's the entire motto of this entire tournament that is happening. And just to like basically explain it to all the viewers out there, I think Shubhang, as we've spoken about it, like this does add more opportunities for the EFC players in India, that due to the National League, for example, not happening, right? These are the tournaments that are going to give these guys a platform apart from the usual big tournaments that happens from time to time. This is a very consistent approach, and I think these players need that in the community right now.
Oh, that is so true. And all these tournaments make sure that the FC scene is still kept alive, because we have some tremendous talent in our nation, but with the lack of opportunities that there are in our circuit, it kind of dipped down on the performance. And with just international qualifiers to be played, the players are not well rehearsed for that, other than I would say two or three players that have been pretty much consistent in those department. But now, keeping those things aside, going back to the point system that we were talking about earlier, so whoever wins this match will end up getting 105 points to their name, and they have secured a bare minimum of 80 points because they are in the top two already. But then for the third and the fourth place, it has taken a dip with 55 points given to the third place. Fourth place will get 45 points. Fifth to eighth, 25, and then it drops down to 10 points every time you go lower. But the thing is, if you are competing in the top four in every of the upcoming qualifiers and sometimes a third place or sometimes a fifth to eighth place, you will still be able to make sure that you end up in the land finale.
Yeah, I think it's a fantastic concept, right? And I think the players also, when I was discussing it with the community, they did seem to like this format because the consistency is being rewarded, as you can see on your screen as well. That if you finish in, the the top 16, for example, you will be having a certain amount of points which will add up eventually. And even if you just participate in the tournament, it is going to guarantee you 5 points minimum. So I think it's something that the players would want. And yeah, here we are. And I think the contention right now between Vanshaj and Charanjot is the 105 or 80 points, and that's also a difference which is quite significant, because if you see it from that perspective, the 25 points does make a lot of difference when you're trying to push for the top 6.
Well, that is true. The top six is something that everyone is looking out for. And why not? Massive 1 lakh prize pool to be competed for at the land finale. But right now, both the players are just looking out for that 5,000 rupees in the first qualifier itself. Charanjot and Vanshaj making sure that the game is pretty close, but with the way CJ is playing, a 2 goal advantage already to his side, it looks like that the game is slightly tilting towards his favor.
Yeah, I think probably it was like around 20 minutes that was played in game time. So the competitive
Uh huh.
mode, of course, enables the players to restart it in case of a disconnection, where they can start off from where they actually left off with the same scoreline. So the players are setting up the stream very quickly for this final to conclude in the most exciting way as possible, because I cannot wait to see what Vanchaj has in store. It's just 2 goals, plenty of time, and he can still come back into this game and give a fight to CJ. At least I want to score. I want to see one goal being scored by Vanchaj. So yeah, I'm just waiting, and just as everyone else, to get going, because as casters, Shubhank, we've seen this from time to time. When that moment comes up where there's like comebacks happening, goals being scored, that is where the fun is. And FC 26 as a game, the way it works, enables us to do that. A lot of goals we've seen uh, in all these matches that we've seen today. Ever since what I think 2 o'clock is when the tournament started. The live stream went at around 4 o'clock, 4:30, and we've just been seeing so many goals being scored in every single fixture where there are 2 legs. Of course, it's just if we count the number of goals scored by all the players, it's going to be crazy. So yeah, super exciting finale coming up for us, because it's not done yet. It's just 2 goals.
Yeah, that is so true. And keeping in mind that this is a single legged affair, 9 minutes overall per half is being played. So a total of 18 minutes of in game time will be shared between the players. And making sure that you take the early lead is the best way to play out such games. And Charanjot, with the experience that he has, with the tournament that he has played in the past, he has started things really, really strong. Again, 2 goals might not be big enough, but when it is single leg matches, these goals can definitely turn the tides of the game.
Yeah, it really can. I think that's exactly what we're looking for. That the players are ready, and it can totally change the turn. The turnout of the outcome actually. of this particular tournament if one church is able to get one goal quickly. That's what we've been waiting for. And as I said, we have been in this situation so many times with these players where in fact I remember a couple of years ago they were playing against each other in the national league as well. So I think, yeah, it's just incredible how they know each other's game. And Shubhang, take me through this. Every year the game changes and they adapt to it. Just tell the audience, like, what is it that you need to consistently be up to date with how the gameplay mechanics change. I think people who are watching it probably for the first time, for them to understand that how does it even work to be this consistent and be amongst the top players in the country year after year.
Well, that's a really good question. I'm glad that you asked because I had the opportunity to talk to Ole Lito, one of the Ninja in Pajama players internationally, and he mentioned something which is called the fundamental of the game. The game might change mechanically for majority of the audiences, but when you look at the core, it is more about dribbling and the first touch and the passing lane that you are picking. These are the two basic points that these players have mastered it so well. Majority of us struggles with the first touch and finding the first passing lane. All the international pros, all the Indian pros who are in the top 3 and top 5 of the circuit every year, despite the fact that the formation changes, despite the fact that there are new skill moves and the adaptability to the new meta, these two fundamentals remain the same. The first touch in an open space and then finding the next pass already is something that I would say smooth out their attack. And then on the defending side of things, it is completely on the right stick. The judgment to the game where the opponent can find a pass, you are already ready for it. And if you can switch it before the pass is being made from your opponent, you are 90% of the time getting the ball back. These fundamentals have been so drilled into their nerves that does not matter how many patches that are brought into the game, how different the meta shifts over the years, they are being super consistent. Does not matter what type of SC the opponent is playing.
Yeah, that's true. And I think all these meta things that you've just mentioned and spoken about Oli Lito as well, I think I've had the wonderful opportunity to meet Oli and speak to him as well. The way that he plays, in fact, he finished 13th in Europe in the ladder,
Yes.
and the consistency from him is absolutely incredible. And that's exactly what we would like to see on the international stage with these players who are participating in this, to give them a platform, all thanks to Stairs, which is all about empowering the youth. And once again, before we kick off with the game, massive thank you to ZTM for being the community partners and supporting this initiative with spreading the word in the community with 1,000+ player base that they have. And here we go. 22nd minute is where the game disconnected, and both the players, of course, that's the position change that they're looking for, probably something that they're checking, that yeah, one judge had possession or CJ had possession. It's almost like volleyball at this point, Shivang. We just saw giving away the ball to each other, but we're back to football, we're back to FC and the finals, where Charanjot is going to be on the attack, looking for that third goal and maybe trying to put this game away from one judge. Can he stop the mighty Charanjot, or will he be that guy that takes away CJ's consistency of winning almost every single tournament in India? I can't wait for a goal at least from one judge that'll make this game even more exciting.
Well, again, the defending side, just look at it. Everybody is so perfectly placed at the back lines. No issues from Charanjo's side. Does not matter how long Vanshaj takes to find the next pass. He is not committing a foot wrong. He's letting Vanshaj enjoy the possession and he is happy holding the inside of the boxes, not giving any opportunity to Vanshaj whatsoever. And when he gets the chance, he's able to find some good pass in the final third, but now possession back to Vanshaj and immediately just cutting down all the passing lanes. Despite the fact there is a player lock coming in, there is no space to cut inside the box. But finally, Sherin finds the space, but Jabstam right in front of him, making a block, and was called offside at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, that was also offside at the end of the day. I mean, this goes to show how perfect CJ has mastered, how perfectly he's mastered the art of defending in this game. At least what we can see from the last two games is going to be the second game in which he hasn't conceded. a goal at least yet. One Church desperately trying to break that deadlock, sending players forward. That's a chance. Pina goes for a finesse, and that was the first shot attempted, I think, properly by One Church on goal. Great save there by the goalkeeper. Courtois standing tall, and Courtois, of course, the 90 rated. Even I have him in my team. And he's just so good. He's got mostly all the playstyles. But here we go. Charanjot with Shellin goes for the shot, and that Trivela. It was coming. It was coming. No matter how much One Church attacks, CJ one breakaway, and then he gets that goal. Almost reminds me of how United scored against City yesterday in that counter attack, right? In which Embuemo scored that goal. I think CJ
Yeah.
has taken that approach pretty seriously, but hang on a minute. Commentator's curse. I think Shubham, I'm going to let you have this one because every time I say something, it's almost like I'm cursing, cursing it, and One Church gets that first goal immediately from kickoff.
CJ must be really unhappy from you right now. He was completely in control, but then again, right from the back lines, Vanshaj is able to find the goal, and this can lead to many more right now because even against Aditya Chadda, we saw Claudio Pina get on the score sheet and then scoring a hat trick in the next 10 minutes. But Vanshaj, will he
Yeah.
be able to repeat that is something that we need to look out for. He's winning the ball pretty high up the pitch again. Finds Neto back to Pina. And back to Neto, just taking his time. Good pass there. And first time, oh, almost there. And Thibaut Courtois. Brilliant save there. Could have just scored it with a finesse. Maybe it goes for a low driven instead. And low driven second Thibaut Courtois, pretty difficult to score.
Yeah, I mean, that was such a good chance. And as you rightly said, like one goal will lead to another. And that's almost what happened. The floodgates were almost open there because he was almost about to score the other one. But Courtois, with those low drivens, he's so good. I mean, all the play styles I was mentioning earlier as well. What a goalkeeper. Far reach as well. He's so tall anyway. Courtois is what, 6'6", 6'7", and he's like massive in front of the goal. So his reach is also there, no matter if it's Pina or it's R9 or if it's any other striker. It's very difficult to go past him in certain angles. And that's what has saved CJ for One Church to almost come back into this game properly because now CJ is going to look for another goal. Wilson tries to cut inside. Great defending there by One Church. He's not giving up. I mean, now you can see there's like a competition right in front of us for the finals. Like One Church is trying to break those gaps. Look at the amount of space he's getting now compared to earlier. Can he convert this?
Yeah. And this is something that everybody can learn from Vanshaj as well. The way he is holding onto the ball into the final third, not mistiming any of the passes, despite the fact that CJ is one of the best players in the entire South Asian circuit. He is able to get into the final third pretty easily, and then it is just about time he finds the perfect final third pass. Sending him the players, finds again Hansen Aaron, but just getting dispossession. All I want to see is some more player locks from side of Vanshaj, or maybe a combination of L1 and R1 triggers. Because generally we see players sending the players ahead with an L1, but bringing them closer with that R1 is something which is called the key to success. And we have seen the best player in the world do it a lot, and that is Anders Vergang. The amount of R1 triggers he does, bringing the players close, that drags the defender closer to the player and then sending the player again on a run. These type of some triggering run passes can surely have Vanshaj break that final line of defense that CJ is able to control till now.
Yeah, absolutely. And as you rightly said about the Anders Vergang reference, I think he is that player who CJ likes to watch a lot. And I think for me, he's one of those players like Anders Vergang of South Asia, not just India, because the way that he switches so fast, the way that he plays so fast, like we had seen, like mostly Anders doesn't even do a lot of things, at least until last year, where he never used to do all these meta things. Hang on a minute, there's another chance. Zico, and
Ooh.
great save there from Vicario. You do expect that from goalkeepers of that stature. Courtois, Vicario, all the meta players. Once again, head down. Zico chests it down. Can he make the most of it? Great pass there. Strand looks for a back pass. It's just too crowded over there.
Unable to get that opportunity to just turn around and secure on the goal. Good passing though. But now back to Pina. An opportunity to find the space with a triangle, but Vanshaj decides to not go for that pass. playing it safe and keeping the possession back to Musiala, one of the best dribblers into the game, and a new addition to the pitch. We generally don't see Musiala into the play, but right now he is doing the job defensively as well. Wins the ball back for Vanshaj.
Yeah, I think Musiala is one of the cover stars for FC 26. He's really good. I think that 89 rated card of Musiala is what I really like as well. I think that's the one that he's playing, the Thunderstruck. And yeah, I mean, he's so good on the ball as well. Defensively, he's trying to, push him backwards and help him defend with it. But CJ, the way that he finds those little gaps diagonally is something that a lot of people can learn from watching this particular game as well, where he finds those diagonal pocket of spaces. He's not playing in straight lines. If you've also noticed, Shubhang, that he's always cutting inside diagonally, sending the runs forward like these, compared to more majorly quite a lot of players playing side to side and probably exploiting the wings. So yeah, but it's just too difficult to penetrate CJ's defense at this point of time. He's just so solid and so confident with the way that he's playing at this point of time, creating chance after chance.
That is so good switching from CJ and Vanshaj, from both the players doing the defensive jobs phenomenally well. Second half has been a very close affair from both the players, but now finally one two passes and Hansen Aaron has been called offside. Could have been the second one, but just tiny bit of offside there. Vanshaj, he is knocking on the door, and Charanjot, he surely need one more goal to have some cushion into the game.
Yeah, I mean, when you see CJ being so composed, one Church, of course, creating those chances, getting caught on the offside trap when he's trying to make those those passes behind the back line. The game almost feels a bit slow at this point of time. Both the players just trying to create chances, but defensively has been solid. Here's Larson, plays it to Dembele, goes for a
Oh,
shot, just delayed a little bit, and good defending there still by the left back. But CJ, this is where he's dangerous. Knocks it down to Zico. Wilson goes for a shot. Great block there. The attack isn't over. Zico is pushed away by Musiala, and now the counter attack. Can One Church do something out of this? Is going to be a crucial chance for him if he's able to convert anything from this. Zico, CJ bringing back his players ever so well, and that's where it all stops. Every single time he rotates possession, and CJ is right there to stop it. There's no way out for One Church in terms of the position over there. One more pass, Zico, and that should be and could be the final nail in the coffin for One Church, because he was anyway struggling a lot to score one extra goal, and CJ has just made it even more difficult with quick passing in the midfield and creating that chance. Fantastic indeed.
it is just way too good from side of CJ right now. The amount of runs he is struggling from the midfield, just sending the players ahead, and then not even utilizing those players. Just dummy runs, making sure that Vanshaj marks that player and gives space on the other side of the pitch. And these defensive duties, these switches are so quick that Vanshaj is not even to play out from the back at all. Back to Zico now. Larson keeping the ball, goes to the side. Carreras wins it. But finally, Vanshaj will have the ball, and now just playing the 1-2 passes. 70 minutes almost on the clock. 20 plus stoppage time is what remains for a 3 goal advantage to be cut down. And as things stand, it is looking the game is settled in here. 20 minutes to score 3 against CJ. Too less of a time.
Yeah, look at those passes as well. The way he moves, it's so silky and smooth. The way that he plays is just, so beautiful to watch. That first time advanced roulette. I mean, it is so difficult to do that. We were talking about it's one of the most difficult skill moves to do it, not just in terms of the input. I mean, in terms of
Just timing
and
it
then
right
actually being,
at the same
yeah,
time.
he is doing that, and I think it's fantastic. And to be able to do that first time just shows the confidence in you to be able to create that situation for yourself and beat the opponent with that skill move. That was the only goal Vanchard has scored, as you can see it in the replay. Got one more chance that Courtois saved ever so nicely, but look at that ball roll and attempt over there, which was saved though. But that is exactly how Zico scored the fourth goal for CJ. So I mean, it's fantastic, really. The confidence is oozing, the experience is there, the skill is there, the hard work. You can clearly see how much he studies the game of all the European players, Oli Lito, as you mentioned, Anders, as you mentioned, all these top players. CJ wants to be amongst these players, and he's absolutely dominating this region. I mean, no matter how much we talk about how good CJ is, it's never going to be enough because he's just too good. He's just so consistent. And that's the reason why I want to see the other qualifiers and see if CJ can actually hit that 1,000 point mark, Shubhang, what we were talking about earlier. Because if he keeps going like this, he's just almost untouchable at this point of time.
Oh, for sure he is. And just look at that fifth one. And now you can just keep counting the goals because at this point the game is 100% done. Not a brink of hope remaining for Vanshaj to make a comeback. 4 goal deficit, 15 minutes to be played, and he is just not at the position to score any of the goals. He finds Pina trying to take a shot, but just look at that switch on Ferland Mendy. Comes at
Yeah.
the right time and just dispossesses Pina out of nowhere.
It's incredible, isn't it? Like he's always there, right on point, and I think he did take quite a lot of time to get that shot away. Vanshaj, I think he probably should have just taken a touch and went for the shot, but yeah, it's not easy. I mean, in situations like these where CJ is constantly pressing you, like look at that press as well. As soon as Vanshaj got the ball with the centre back, even though it was offside, it's just that CJ presses the minute, the second he actually loses possession while attacking. Here's Vanshaj's chance. Great switch there by CJ once again. Vanshaj, can he make the most out of it? Good bit of turning, and that's the goal we were looking for. And do you know what? Like, even at this stage, in a 9 minute half, anything's possible because it's still 3 goals. And there's a lot of time, even after 80 minutes in a 9 minute half, Shubhank, and you are well aware of that. We've seen crazy comebacks from this point as well. Here's hoping.
We surely have, but again, at this point, you need to make sure that you get at least a quick double. And knowing Charanjot, he's not gonna give any more space. Just look at that, marking all the runners into the midfield, nobody getting anything ahead. Neto, he's all caught offside. The possession will swap hands yet again. And Charanjot, despite the fact he just conceded a goal, there is no lack of concentration from him. Just keeping his emotions aside, keeping the ball really well, and the first time Roulette to find the passes again has been intercepted though, but will waste no time in winning it back from Jabstam.
Yeah, it's crazy indeed. One more chance, goes for a finesse. Does not matter if he misses though, because now the time for one shots to actually think of a comeback is gone. Because around right before the 80th minute mark, if it's 3 goals in a 9 minute half, it's still possible if, of course, you up your attacking game a lot. And if, for example, CJ was to lose concentration, because that does tend to happen most of the players, but he's been so confident the way that he's playing. Pina now, can he cut back inside? Goes for a shot. Zico, great goal. But still, though, he's putting in the effort. One judge trying to bring in close in terms of the score line. Is still very less time. Unless he can do something in this attack and get a goal back, might just be an interesting one where you'll see CJ keeping the ball a bit more. But Wilson through on goal, has to finish that. Cheeky chip hits the post. My goodness. As I thought that he was going to put this game to bed for good. Vanshaj has one more chance. Shellin, quick bit of passing, looks for a pass inside, has to turn away, but look at that switching to bring back the CM as well. Just puts the squeeze on and no space whatsoever. And it should be the final goal. It should be it. What a goal that is. Double taps it, keeper on the floor, nothing else that you can do. And now he's just going to stand around, keep the possession, and see out this game. And that's it from one church. The face cam goes off. And that's the content that we need, Shubhang. Because what a game this has been. CJ is your champion for the Stairs UA EAFC Season 1 Qualifier 1, where he ranks up 105 points. And yet again, And how many times I'm going to say this on the same caster's desk with you, Shubhang? Yet again, it's Charanjot Singh. I mean, it's crazy how consistent this guy is. I used to call him a kid when he was 16 and came into the scene. I was like, this is going to be the future of back then FIFA esports and now FC esports. Now he's grown into a pretty jacked lad now at 20 to 23, and still he's so good. He's just kept on improving and improving and improving, and just goes to show that he is living his prime era as an FC player in this region. Massive congratulations to him, and commiserations to One Shaj for putting up a fight. And he is always one of the top players in there, and he has had his moments of winning tournaments, but it's just no getting past CJ, is it?
Oh, for sure. This is like, does not matter what tournament you are playing, you are just playing to get the second spot in your favor. Because at the end, CJ is gonna win it all. And he has done it again and again and again. And his track record has been pretty much 100% in the last few years. Not a single tournament has been dropped. Does not matter what type of players he's playing against. There's always just one winner. It is just Charanjot Singh. And again, even in the final game, despite the fact that Vanshaj was coming closer in the 80th minute slowly and steadily, Charanjot kept his calm, made sure that he does not give up any more goals, got the final goal for himself, making sure that he finishes things off in style by scoring the last one as well. One more game, and Charanjot just bringing the qualifier one to life, scoring mammoth amount of goals in the every match that he has played. A minimum of 5 have been scored, and if you total it out, for the 3 to 4 matches that he has played, I think must have crossed the 30 points or 30 goals overall in the tournament.
Yeah, he has. And that's it for you. The winner of the Stairs YUVA EA FC 26 Season 1 Qualifier 1. No surprises over there, no guesses. It's Charanjot Singh. What a fantastic player he is, honestly. Different gravy. And fantastic how many goals he scored throughout this tournament. It's been a beautiful evening, honestly, Spartus, to be able to cast this with you and to have players like Aditya Chadda, Jahan Khan, Karman Tikka, Vanshat Sharma, and all the top players and upcoming players as well, like Aditya Tolani, who put up a fight. And the only, mind you, we have to mention this, the only leg
Yes.
that CJ has lost is to Aditya. So we have to keep an eye out on that guy as well. But it was such a pleasure. Thank you so much for everyone to tune into this. Stairs, of course, massive thank you to Stairs for making this happen. They are doing this for the youth. They are doing this to empower the youth. And the name YUVA itself is youth. And I think a lot of good things are coming in the world of esports, but this is just the start for FC26 because it's the world's game. And that's why we celebrate and live and breathe football and virtual football, because of these communities is where we can stand, and for organizations like Stairs to give them a platform to be able to be consistent and have a season long approach is what we've tried at DSM and myself and my team. So I think it's fantastic. Massive thank you to ZTM once again for making this happen. They have been our community partners throughout. Couldn't have done this without you guys for actually amplifying the tournament across the country, and of course Sportscast India as production partners to bring this action to us. But yeah, Spartus, it was fantastic. And over to you, man. What are your thoughts, the final thoughts before we wrap up the stream?
Well, this was just the beginning, Lukmanu, because this is just the qualifier one, and we still have 9 more qualifiers to be played. Every month, there are going to be 2 qualifiers. The first qualifier from January has come to an end, but there will be qualifier 2. So make sure to register for that as well, and make sure that you do it in time, because this tournament is going to get better and better with every day passing by. It is your and every FC player's opportunity to be in the domestic rankings. And who knows, you might be the next Charanjot Singh and maybe trying to dethrone him from the position that he is carrying for a very long time. But with that being said, this is it from us at the Stars YUVA EA FC 26. See you in the qualifier number 2.